Good morning. I call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Maria Cecilia Cruz. Councilmember Matias Rosales.
Present.
Councilmember Luis Cabrera.
Present.
Vice Mayor Gloria Torres.
Present.
Councilmember Javier Vargas.
Present.
Councilmember Tadeo Asael de la Hoya.
Present.
Mayor Nieves Raydell.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Item number 2C. Discussion and review on any and all matters regarding the proposed City of San Luis budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 by staff. Chief Ramirez.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, and people in the audience or people that are at home listening to the budget retreat. My name is Angel Ramirez. I'm the fire chief for the city of San Luis. Today we're going to talk about the fire department and some of the things that we are doing within the fire department and some of our projects that we have for next fiscal year. On the agenda for today, I'm going to introduce you to the staff, or what the staff looks like at the fire department, what we do for the community. Our calls for service have increased. The engine pumper that was approved in February, CEP stipend increase, and the 6 positions that we're asking for next fiscal year. First of all, I want to start talking how we got to this point. We've been meeting, I think you saw the presentation yesterday by Finance, how we've been meeting since December. One of the things that I got out of there was a quote that Rola did say was, everything is possible when we're working together. And that is very true. We've all been working together to make sure that we are providing the best service to our community. And that should be our end goal from everybody as a department heads, is what's best for the community. How can we continue providing the best services to our community? That's what we look for. With our leadership staff at the fire department, that's what we always have in mind. How can we improve our services and how we can keep our firefighters safe? So, with that being said, the fire department right now has a total of 54 personnel. We have on the fire administration side, we have a fire chief, we have an assistant fire chief, we have a fire inspector, 2 administrative coordinators, and operations coordinator. On the fire operations side, we have 3 battalion chiefs that work 24 hours a day, 6 captains, 6 engineers, and 33 firefighters. 5 of those, of the 33 firefighters, are part-time employees. One of the things I want to mention on the operations coordinator, it's been working real well because it's been helping with the billing, and we've been noticing a lot more revenue coming in through our billing into the fire department, into the finance department. So that is actually working real well for us. Here is where I'm going to spend a little bit of my time. Things that we do for the community. About 10 years ago, I attended a battalion chief's training, and my instructor personally came up to me and asked me, Mr. Ramirez, how is the fire department relevant to your community? And to me, I remember telling him, we provide emergency medical services and fire, and we respond to fire calls. So is that the only thing you guys do? So it got me thinking, like, what else do we do? How are we relevant? How do we make the community know what we're doing? Right now, social media is very important. Everything's on social media. If you look at our post that we posted, I think yesterday, it shows the training that we're doing. But one of the things I wanna, and everything's gonna tie in together. One of the things that I'm gonna tell you is, we are looking, change is good. Change can be good. And you look at my PowerPoint presentation, and it says fire department. 70% of our calls for service are actually medical calls. I think we had actual fires last year, 35, and we had about 3,500 emergency or transports. So if you look up in the valley, and that's something I'm trying to bring down here, and I'm going to present in one of the future council meetings, we really need to start thinking of the fire department being fire medical. Go up to the valley and you look at Avondale, they're actually Avondale Fire and Medical, Scottsdale Fire Medical, Mesa Fire Medical, Tempe Fire Medical, Chandler Fire Medical. The only department that doesn't change is Phoenix. They're Phoenix Fire. But other than that, everybody's fire medical. And that's the same reason why, because a lot of the people in the community, and I'll tell you, and I'm going to say this in Spanish, because we go to calls and one of the things they say to me or to the guys is, no necesito una bombera. Quiero una ambulancia. Yes, you do. But that fire truck is exactly the same way as an ambulance. They provide this, they have the same capabilities. They have paramedics on those fire trucks. So they need to understand that that fire truck is not just a fire truck. It's actually a big moving ambulance. Okay? So we need to start thinking that 20 years ago, yeah, we were probably a fire department, but now we're a fire medical. So I believe in the next year or so, you know, our name is probably going to be the San Luis Fire Medical, because 70% of our calls are medical calls. And that's why it all ties in why we need paramedics. Everybody in Yuma County, everybody in the country is short-staffed on paramedics. So community paramedicine, you know, we need to look at our seniors. We need to look at our young community. We're a young community in the city of San Luis, but we're growing. And we're going to have our growing pains, and that's why we're here right now. You know, I told Jenny during one of our meetings is the fire department is a team player. We're gonna work together. Yeah, we have three CIPs. It doesn't matter. These are the growing pains because residents are coming in. Do we need infrastructure? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So with the community paramedicine, we need to build relationships or ties with other entities in the community. So we partnered with Regional Center for Border Health. And what we do is we go to seniors that are part of Regional Center for Border Health clinics, we go to their homes that the doctors have deemed high risk. So we go to their homes, we look at making sure that they're taking their medications, that their homes are clear from trip hazards, because anything over 55 years old, the biggest concern is falls. So we look at all of that. If they need for us to change their smoke alarms, we change them, we change their batteries, whatever they need. They're the most vulnerable population within the city. So last year, I believe we had 120 seniors in this program, and up to now, I think we've graduated from that program about 60. So about half of them. When we go to do BP checks at the senior center, we call it BP checks. So when we go there, we check their blood pressure. If their blood pressure is fine, we actually ask them, is there anything else that you need? We just don't say, oh, your blood pressure is this, then when we walk away. Sometimes they start talking to us, hey, I need this at my house. I need this. We need to fix this. I need to go see this person. And we provide those services to them, like find ways for them to get those services. Like we approach them like, hey, maybe have you talked to WACOG? I know the city has a partnership with WACOG. We talk to like Sunset Health Clinic, and we point them in those directions. We go there once a week to work with our seniors. I don't know if you guys know, I know Mr. Cabrera does know, San Luis High School has an EMS program or an EMS class. We go once a week, we talk to the teacher, and you know, the students don't want to listen to their teacher every single day. So we go out there and the teacher tells, hey, today they're studying trauma. We provide a presentation, we teach trauma to the high school students, and we prepare them for their finals, or if they're part of the co-op program for their CTEs, I believe they saw Skills USA. They go out and we prepare them. We started the co-op program, and the reason this started is because the city of Yuma approached us and said, hey, we have 2 of your students that are coming to our training facility. They're using the White Cat. And I was like, and they're from San Luis? Yes. So we said, no, we can't have that. You know, if they're showing that interest that they're actually taking the White Cat all the way to the training facility on 4E, we need to do something. So we created that partnership with San Luis High School, and right now we have 4 students participating in the co-op program. Last year we had 3. 2 of those students that graduated the high school are actually in the EMT program at AWC. And the reason I know it's because we do it, the next point is the preceptor program. ADBC sends their students to San Luis to get precepted by our paramedics, and we saw those two kids, and I'm like, oh, you're here, with their blue shirt, they're students, and I like that. I like to see that. So 2 of those kids are doing that. Like I said, the ADBC and CBP are sending their EMTs and CEPs to get precepted by our paramedics. The fire academy that currently ADBC hosts is actually ran by one of our captains. He is the director, and we have about 6 instructors that teach in the academy. Those are the type of firefighters that we have. They're actually instructors. They're teaching the future firefighters, EMTs, when they graduated, our way, what we teach them here in San Luis. That's the type of personnel that we have here. You know, we no longer can say that, the fire department of San Luis is this little town in, the southwest corner of San Luis or Yuma County. We're out there. The staff that we have are, I'm going to say, the best firefighters in Yuma County. Why is that? Because our CEPs or our paramedics, a transport time from the city of San Luis to Yuma is about 2 hours. A transport time from the city of Yuma to YRMC is 5 minutes. So who gets to sit or take care of a patient longer? Us. So we have really great staff, and I thank council and the city administration staff for helping us achieve to be fully staffed. We're also providing CPR classes to our residents, mostly to the residents or that have child cares. They want CPR first aid classes, AED trainings. We still do the vaccination clinics with Comité de Bienestar. Last year, and something that I think was really good, and it worked out great. We didn't know how it was gonna turn out. Was the Zero to Hero Academy. We put it out to hire anybody had no certifications. Out of the 7 were 6 local residents. They all were successful. We put them through the academy. They all graduated. They're all working, and I believe they'll be coming off probation in the next probably 3 months. I know like 2 of them already purchased homes here in San Luis. So those are the type of people that are going to stay. They're going to stay with their department. They're not going to look out to leave. 10 years ago, anytime the city of Yuma or another entity would put a hiring that they were going to hire, we would lose 6, 7, 8 firefighters right off the back. Now we're still losing some, but not many. So this is some of the things that I just off the top of my head that I thought, how are we relevant to our community? How are we getting the best of the fire department to our residents? And these are some of the things we do. We're not just providing, and after all this, we're still providing emergency medical services. We're still providing fire, hazardous materials calls. We have the port. Most of the trucks that pass through here have hazmat. We have 24 hazmat technicians on our staff. That's how the city fire department is relevant to our community. Last year, we had 5,139 calls for service from January to December, and out of those 5,100 calls, 3,500 were ALS transports. So like I said, 70% of our calls for transports are medical calls. And I'm going to stop for a little bit and say ALS means advanced life support. So if you're a paramedic, you're an ALS provider. That's the highest level of care. If you're an EMT, it's BLS. Within our CON, it really doesn't matter if we're transporting patients as BLS, basic life support, or ALS. Us within the city, we want to provide the highest level of care. The highest level of care, which is ALS. Every single unit that we have within the city, even administration vehicles, myself and Chief Lopez, ALS. So if somebody's having a heart attack right now and they see a fire truck, a red truck, there's an ALS person in that vehicle. Now, when we opened up Station 2, we added more units, so that kind of spread out how many paramedics we had. So right now, every single vehicle has a paramedic on their truck. We can have one person on vacation, and we'd still be fine. But if we have somebody on vacation or somebody calls in sick, we have to have somebody stay mandatory, because myself, and I have talked to when Tadeo was a city manager, when now that Jenny's there, we don't want to provide a less level of service. We're gonna have a paramedic every single unit that we have, because that's what the city deserves. We gotta provide the highest level of care. I'm gonna go into some of our CIPs that we have. This is the fire truck engine pumper that was approved back in February. And this is actually looking to the future. The truck cost was a total of $1.1 million, but we're gonna pay next fiscal year $400,000, the following fiscal year another $400,000, and not until we get that truck back basically here, we're gonna pay the remaining. But if you see right there, that truck is not gonna come, we're not gonna see it until possibly fiscal year of 29. So that's about 4 or 5 years from now. And the reason we purchased it right now, and you heard Public Works yesterday, it's very hard to get these big vehicles in, because either everybody wants them, and there's a delay in making or manufacturing these trucks. We purchased it now because we know that in 5 years, that truck is probably gonna be 20 to 30% more. Looking ahead, we're already planning on where we're gonna put Station 3. What's gonna need a fire truck, right? That could be the truck. Our newest truck, not the ladder truck that came in November, but our engine pumper that we have currently is a 2015. It's a great truck, but in 5 years from now, it's gonna be 13 years old. So we need to start planning ahead. I like to plan ahead and not be reactive. So that's where you see this truck was approved back in November by council. A stipend increase. We're asking for a 50-cent increase on our paramedic stipends, which is going to cost the general fund $28,740, and our ambulance fund is going to cost another $28,740 for a total of $58,000. And the reason we're doing this is because a lot of the local municipalities have increased their stipends. And like I said, right now, everybody in Yuma County and the United States, that's the hot commodity. The Arizona Fire Chiefs president came 6 months ago to our Fire Chiefs conference in Yuma that we meet once a month, and he wanted to know what are the needs that Yuma County needs, the fire departments. What is that we're looking for? And everybody's the same thing. We need more paramedics. We need to keep these paramedics. He's a chief from Scott, so his response was, welcome to the club. We're on the same boat. The only thing is, it's a domino effect. We put on a hiring, and guess where they take those paramedics from? From the outlying departments, like Yuma, San Luis. I just lost a paramedic to the city of Maricopa. That's just the nature of the beast, as you say. So I know Adela has been working really hard with us and police for retention, but I believe that having these medics here, like I said, every single vehicle that we have has an ALS personnel on there. And we want to keep that. We don't want to go down in services. I don't believe that the residents from the city of San Luis deserve lesser than that. They don't. They need to have an ALS unit that anytime they come, they're going to have an ALS provider. We're asking for 6 new positions, 3 in the ambulance fund and 3 in the general fund. And why are we asking for this? Is we have 3 ambulances right now in the city of San Luis. We used to have 3 ambulances at Station 1. When we opened up Station 2, we had to put an ambulance out on east. So right now, Station 1 has 2 ambulances. What we saw is that, well, the call volume increased at Station 1 with 2 ambulances. Every month I sit with my battalion chiefs and I ask, what's going on? What do you guys need? And he basically straight told me, we're burning out these medics at Station 1. We're burning them out. They're transporting 6, 7 transports a day where you think, oh, that's nothing. It's a 2-hour turnaround. So 14 hours of their day is either going or coming back to Yuma. Yesterday, when we had left when we left the budget retreat, I ran into one of our ambulances at the Yellow Camp, and then I kept heading north, and at County 12 and 95, I saw another ambulance, and they're both coming back. And I think my tia said it, if you're going up to Yuma, more often than not, you're going to run into one of our ambulances. So what we're doing, what we did, we talked to finance, and we upstaffed the day cart. What is a day cart? Is we upstaff another ambulance to have 3 ambulances at Station 1, but that day cart is only running for 12 hours from 8 in the morning to 8 at night. So from 8 at night to 8 in the morning, we only have 2 ambulances. And it's not enough. I can still tell you that Somerton is coming on mutual aid to San Luis and still picking about 4 to 5% of those calls a month. It's not enough. And you can ask Rola because she sees the billing. So having these 6 personnel, we're going to upstaff another full-time ambulance at Station 1 to have 3 ambulances at Station 1 and 1 at Station 2, which again goes back to the level of care that we're providing to our residents. There's going to be more ambulances. Right now, somebody calls 911, and if all our 3 ambulances are out, they're going to be waiting 15 minutes until Somerton gets here. Or if Somerton's busy, rural metro, and they're coming from the foothills, and that takes about 30 to 40 minutes, and we don't know if it's going to be an ALS ambulance or a BLS ambulance. And if it's a BLS ambulance, our medic has to jump into that ambulance and provide the highest level of care. Okay, and I just don't see that as being right. I think we need to provide the highest level of care. As you can see, the general fund is going to cost $197,000, and the ambulance enterprise is going to be another $197,000. This concludes my presentation, but I do want to say a couple things. Our CON audit is going to be next year, 2024, and what that is, they look at all our response times. AZDHS looks at every single, our response times, and we need to be providing and meeting those response times. So what it is, in our CON, it states that 90% of the time we're going to be in your home in 5 minutes, 95% of the time we're going to be in that person's home in 10 minutes, and 99% of the time we're going to be in their home in 20 minutes. We've always met those times. The last time we had that audit 4 years ago, we were really pushing those time frames, those response times, because Station 2 is not built, and we had to respond out to the east side, which was hurting our overall response times. So opening up Station 2, I've looked at our response times, and we're meeting those. They usually give you the CON for 3 years if you're meeting response times 1 year, or they can actually take away your CON. But at opening up Station 2, and council, you were great in making sure that we opened up an east side station that is helping our community. We are at people's homes in 5 minutes out on the east side. When before, if we were responding from Station 1, 10, 15 minutes, sometimes maybe pushing 20. Now, if all 3 of our ambulances are out in Yuma and they're responding from Yuma, 30 minutes. So yeah, those response times elongate. So we are going to be having our audit next year in the summer of which I have no. We will be getting our CON for 3 years because we're meeting all our response times. And just to finish, I just want to thank everybody here for always working together to make sure that the city is providing the right services, the best services. And like I said when I started my presentation, and I'm going to echo what Rola and what we've talked to Jenny, is everything is possible when we work together. And the end goal that we all have is making sure that our residents are getting the best services from our department heads. If you guys have any questions?
I'm going to take the time. Chief, I know that you know that the mayor and the council are fully committed to keep each one of these departments, especially first responders, what you need. We are very much aware of the problems. I come out with an idea, recruiting, planning and zoning here, Mr. Jose Guzman, to revise the fees, because through the fees on permits and impact fees and everything else, a portion goes to first responders. And we need to update that because it hasn't been done in the past 12 years. So it's about time. I know that people probably will complain, and I can assure you that one of the ones that are gonna be hit the most is yours truly, because we do take care of 80 to 90% of the growth. But it is my moral responsibility to be not, if I'm creating a problem with the growth, it's my responsibility to come up with a solution. So when I approach planning and zoning, this is not the first time. 20 years ago, I went and I told them, we need to increase this because we're growing and the need is growing too. So we doing our part on that. It's not enough, okay? It's not enough. When I see Somerton fire, and every day, okay, ambulances, I feel a little bit of shame than a town like Somerton, the size of Somerton, they come and help us. And forever, I'm grateful. But if you really stop and think, we should be helping them.
Which we do.
Yes, but they're more here than we are there. So we are aware, we wanna help, but alone we cannot do it. We need the whole community, we all need to work together, and I can assure you that the council and the mayor are trying to work with Jenny, with finances, about our ideas and asking, what can we do to help with the burden? Is being done. And having said that, I got a question. I know that we go and service the people at the prisons. Do we get reimbursed? Okay,
Yes.
that's good, because I thought it was for free. See,
No.
it's good to know, because people goes, well, you guys go and you spend a lot of time in the prison and it's for free. So I didn't know that we getting reimbursed.
If we transport somebody from the prison, yeah, we do get paid for that transport. If we have a fire call or like just anybody else, it's a refusal, no, we don't get reimbursed. But if we transport somebody, yeah, we're getting, is it 100% or close to 100%? Yeah.
My last question, because I'm pretty sure the rest of the council has questions. I'm pretty sure that you've been in the east side long enough. The level of service that people are requested on the east side versus the west side, how is it, the percentage, chief?
Right now, like I said, if we look at calls for service, and I'm gonna say transports, from the, here on the west side or Station 1, we do about 12 transports, 12 to 13 transports a day. On the east side, we're doing about 5. But that's where it's not gonna be the same as Station 1 because there's more area to cover on this area.
Okay, thank you. Anybody from the council that has anything, any questions, anything to add?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes.
Great presentation, Chief. We, like the mayor said, we are very supportive and we want to make sure we have every equipment ready for your guys' use. But what came to mind was Amanda Geary's hospital. You know, I don't know how long it's gonna take for that expansion, but once that comes in, I'm sure that's gonna help you guys, you know, transporting maybe patients there. But for now, we know we have to support you with everything that you guys are requesting, if council approves. But thank you for that presentation. I wanted to comment, I sit on the WACOG, one of the WACOG boards, and they have a program where a homeowner for seniors can actually give you a key to their house. And do you have that? I think there's just maybe 1 or 2 residents here in San Luis.
Yeah, we don't have that many residents that do
Yeah.
that. I off the top of my head, I don't, maybe 1.
Yeah, I think
But
it's-
commercial businesses, yes, because we use the Knox box. We have a Knox box, but
There
not
you go.
for residential homes. I don't think we have that many, but that is something we can explore because sometimes we go to people's homes and if they've fallen on the ground, we can't open the door. We find ways to get in. So that's something we can explore with the community.
Yeah, I think that we need to share that with our community members, because I know there's a lot of seniors that they don't have their children here. They're either, working in Salinas or migrant, and they're like, oh, in another state. So that maybe that would something that we can share with our community for our
Absolutely.
seniors. Yeah.
Absolutely, and like I said, when we talk to our seniors, or we tell them all the programs that we have, so that's something that I'm gonna explore. Maybe I can sit down with WACOG and see how they run that program, so we can let our seniors know that program's available to them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, I want to have a question for Chief. Do the department have sub-cadets that used to, years ago, my son was a cadet.
Yeah.
First year when
So
he started. Do
yeah,
you
we
have
do.
it?
The co-op program, it's the cadets. Now we call it a co-op program. I think police has explorers. I don't know if they still call it explorers. We used to call it cadets. Now we call it the co-op program.
How many you have?
3, and they all come through San Luis High School. But I think there's more in the pipeline coming in because they got to get through vetted through HR. So about 8 that are probably coming in.
Yeah.
Off the top of your head, the cost of the port of entry yearly, by how much percentage you think it is?
Last time I checked, and I did this presentation, is about 35% of our calls for service are to the port of entry.
Good morning, Chief. I have a question. Can you elaborate on what the COM audit means for us in the community?
Yes. So the CON audit, what DHS sends a representative, and they look at all our calls for service, all our transports, not fire calls, just EMS, and they look at our response times. We provide every single call for the last 3 years to them. They look at our response times, how long it took us to get from when the call gets toned out to our fire truck, and then they look at how long it took from our fire truck to wherever the address is. They look at those response times, and then they look at the level of care that we're providing to our residents. But the biggest thing that they look at are response times and making sure we are meeting those times that we have set in our CON.
And how does that benefit the community?
Well, the faster we
Besides
get to somebody's home that's having a medical emergency, the faster we get to take him to the hospital. If you understand the EMS, there's what we call the golden hour, that they need to be, for somebody to get treated from when we pick them up to get to the hospital and get treatment, it's about an hour. And the longer it lasts, survivability could be, it decreases. Or it actually increases, right?
Morning, Chief. Is there a benefit for like insurance premiums for homeowners because of your response times?
It actually, not on the response times, but on having like Station 2, yes, it does. And that's through the, I don't know if Matias can help me, I forgot the acronym. Yeah, there is an acronym, I can't, but yes, having another station at Station 2 actually decreases their insurance rates, because that is for a fire where it's going to take us less time to get from, if you live in La F, it's going to take us, we're going to be there at your home a lot quicker for fire calls. EMS is for our CON. But yes, you're absolutely right.
I think it's a 1 mile if your house is within a 1 mile radius of a fire station.
Yeah, and then it increases your premiums on your insurance.
In front of your house, you're also getting a discount.
ISO is the acronym.
Chief, what are the consequences of not passing this audit?
Well, like I said, if we don't pass this audit, they can actually revoke our CON, which means another entity might come in and start providing services to our community, like a private company, or instead of giving us our CON for 3 years, they might just give it to us for 1 year and put us on probation, and then they come back after the year and look at our response times again. But I can rest assured that we are meeting our response times, especially after opening up Station 2 out on the east side.
Thank you.
Anybody else? If not, thank you, Chief. Great presentation.
Thank you. Can I just
It
say one more
helps.
thing?
Yes.
One more thing before. Next Saturday, we're gonna have a pancake breakfast for the community. If you guys wanna stop by at 8 o'clock in the morning, we're gonna have a show and tell. And again, what we're trying to be relevant for our community, what we're doing so the so residents can see. 8 o'clock, May 4th, I believe it is, next Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Police Department, Chief Nigel Reynoso.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the public. Nigel Reynoso, Chief of Police. I first want to take the time to thank you for your confidence and the opportunity to serve in this capacity. Thank you for your support and feedback from everyone, not only council, but city manager and department heads, because it has allowed me to work on the areas that we need to focus. I'll tell you that I'm very proud to lead the department, and I'm thankful that we have a great team, not only in the police department, but the entire city. I can echo the sentiment from Chief Ramirez that, and what Rola had mentioned, that working together we can accomplish a lot of things. So that has helped a lot. I feel confident that we will continue to do good things as a city. Know that the police department has great staff who is committed and willing to go beyond the expectations to ensure the community and our visitors are provided the best service. We have a young department. It's approximately 70% of our staff have 5 years or less. Yet they have a willing heart, and they have a lot of dedication, and they're eager to learn and continue serving. We're doing our best to remain visible and accessible to the community through education and community outreach. We understand the importance of having a good relationship with the community to build that trust. We want to make sure that they know that we care for their needs, and we're trying to meet them. But at the same time, we also have to ensure that they understand that it takes for them to do their work as well, to help us take care of the city, because we can't do it on our own. We need the community to work with us, and for them to do what they need to do as residents. So I'm going to go over the budget for the police department. Again, we have through the years we have increased our community outreach. For this year, we were up to 83. Actually, for 2023, it was 83 community outreach programs. Again, we have been growing, and we have increasing those community outreach programs. A lot of community events. We're doing the forums every month. That's allowing us to hear from the residents, hear what they need, answer questions, concerns, their feedback. All that is important for us to make sure that we are working on the areas that we need to improve. Some of the highlights for this year that we have been working on, we did some promotions and assignments. So we had a promotion for the support services division lieutenant, a promotion for a patrol sergeant, rotational assignment on the patrol division lieutenant and the administrative division lieutenant, 3 rotational assignments for detective. So now they're now fully staffed the criminal investigation section. We had 4 graduates that graduated from the academy, and we hired 1 lateral. All our current supervisors that got promoted, they have attended a leadership course. Some of the work that we're doing is the remodeling of the Amberley's Place and Professional Standards section. So we're doing remodeling that. Again, we're increasing our community engagement at schools, businesses, and neighborhoods with events and ongoing forums. We purchased, with your help, we purchased 3 new motorcycles for the traffic motor units. We have the substation, which is housing the K-9 unit, and we also utilize it for training. We were able to complete our annual pistol qualification, so every officer has already qualified for this annual year with their pistol. We have all our staff are deployed with body-worn cameras. We're also working on remodeling the interview room in the booking area of our holding cells, and we installed the pay station at the 500 block on Main Street, which we're still waiting on some logistical hiccups that we have with the company to get it operational. For our stats, for 2023, we had a total of 33,314, which it was an increase from previous years. Although we are the safest city in the state, our volume, of course, has increased every year, but our staffing numbers have remained the same or low through the years. Call for service also have increased to 105,132, so they're an increase as compared to the previous years. We do have, obviously the east side of the city has grown a lot, and most of the calls are mainly reactive to their needs, but we surely need to have patrol units on that area so they're more visible, and they can be a better deterrence if they're in the area. Some demographics, so you have a better understanding or a better perspective of the department where the department currently stands. The ratio that is provided here is solely based on population ratio, without taking into consideration the cost for service. So, currently in 2023, our population approximately, based on 2022 census, is 35,770. Our average daily crossing, it's at the port is 1.5 million cars, and pedestrian is 481,122 people travel northbound. That means that approximately the same amount they go south. So that's how heavy of a crossing and vehicles and people we have coming across the port. Based on the Department of Justice and the FBI, the ratio that we should have is 2.6 per every 1,000. So we should be around 93 officers for the size of our city. Our current staffing is 41 sworn. So 93 is sworn. That doesn't include the rest of the staff. It's only 93 sworn. The national average is 16.8 for every 10,000, or 1 to 595. As mentioned earlier, we have made a great effort to reach the community through programs, but in the process, we have neglected so many other areas that frankly require correction, not only through education, but through proper enforcement and consistency. So if we're not there to be visible enough for people to deter, people are going to continue complaining of stuff that is going on that we have to react and take care of it. So we definitely need more staff to be out there on the streets so they're more visible to people and help with deterrence. We've been fortunate enough that we have received funding through various grants. The most recent one, the Border Security Fund, which was just over $1 million, that is going to enhance border security and surveillance throughout the city with equipment and technology support. So here are some of the total for 2024 on grants that we're going to be receiving is $2,773,773. So that includes the Governor's Office of Highway Safety, the ICAC, which is the forgot the acronym, I forgot the name. There you go. Internet crimes against children, the SRO grant, the Operation Stone Garden, and again, the Border Security Fund that we're gonna be receiving. We did receive a conditional award letter, so we're waiting for the actual letter to make it official. So here's what we're requesting, and know that this is not primarily what I did request, but I know through meetings with finance, city manager, I know the condition of the city, so I know that we have to remain. Yeah, I wanted more. Yes. So we're gonna be requesting for three officers. All right, 3 officers, and the idea about requesting more people, and I'll explain to you in a minute. Is obviously we want more presence on the east side. We have to be there 24/7. We can't just respond to calls on the east side and then be out of that area. We have to be there visible. People need to see that we are there, because that's the number one complaint that we get. We don't see no officers. We don't see no officers on the east side, and that is true. We're not there. We respond to call, but then we have to come back to the west side because that's the majority where we're receiving the calls. And the other area is we're asking for 2 officers for transit enforcement officers. With the installation of the pay station, it's gonna require more enforcement. And also, again, because we have neglected so many areas, we need to start focusing on the residential areas with improper parking, vehicles parking on the sidewalks. I mean, so many other things that we have implemented as a city, and we need to follow up with enforcement. Otherwise, it's just it doesn't work. It's just, there's no point of establishing an ordinance if we're not being diligent and enforcing it. So you guys know, my initial request was for 5 additional officers for a total of 8, right? That would give me the ability to have a squad, a full squad in the east side, that their responsibility just for the east side. 1 patrol sergeant, obviously more personnel, and the expansion of control. We need a supervisor for that squad. 1 property and evidence technician. We currently have 1, but it's when they're gone on leave, sick, it puts a restraint on what we can do. The area that they work in is very limited. Not anyone can just go in there and process or handle evidence. It needs to be the right person with the right clearance. So that's why it was another area we were asking, and we were also asking for a reclassification of one of our administrative coordinators as an accreditation specialist. So in September, we're gonna be renewing our accreditation. It's a 4-year accreditation through the Arizona Law Enforcement Accreditation Program. We were the seven agency that got accredited in the state of Arizona. Arizona is currently the only state in the nation that has a state accredited program. And we're going based on the Department of Justice best practices and their guidelines based on nationwide, which currently they're not mandating any state to have it, but we're just, Arizona is getting ahead of the game, and it has implemented the accreditation program. What the accreditation program does, it provides best practices for agencies. It helps and it ensures that our residents feel confident that the agency is following policy and following best practices based on nationwide. That includes any topic from use of force to arrest procedures. I mean, so many areas. So it's it's a good program that makes sure that we are meeting those standards, and our residents can feel confident enough that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. The other two things, I'm sorry, the other area that I had also requested was the CFP project was for vehicles. So I was asking for 5 patrol vehicles, 3 vehicles for transit enforcement officers. Since we're gonna get more staff, we do need more vehicles for our transit enforcement officers, and 1 additional vehicle for one of our detectives. And also we had put down for the substation, I'm sorry, not for the substation, for police station number 2. But obviously, if we don't have the staffing, I don't see a need to move forward with that at this time. But obviously, we do need to start thinking in the future that we're gonna have to start investing on a police station number 2. The substation works for now, but it's really hard for us to have it staff 24/7 because the officers that are there are the canine unit, and their primary responsibility is interdiction, so they are out and about on the streets doing enforcement. And the other was another project for our storage area or impound lot, and obviously that can also wait since there's some talks that we might be acquiring some other properties that we might have to move it in a different location. So with that being said, that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I will gladly answer any questions.
Chief, first of all, thank you for the presentation. You and your guys, your staff are doing a wonderful job with the little help that we give you. I wish we can give you more, but it's the same story. I'm gonna ask Councilmember De La Hoya, because yesterday having a conversation, he informed me something. I had an idea on how short on policemen we were, but I was not aware or the magnitude. Can, Tadeo, can you help me out?
Yes, Mayor. Good morning. Yeah, we were talking about the formula of how many officers per population and how many officers we needed. And what was the number you said earlier?
The total is 93, so it's 2.6 for every 1,000.
2.6 for 1,000. So we were talking about that formula, and also that Nogales, who happens to be half of our size, has double the number of officers that we do. So to put into perspective, you know, the dire need that our police department is for more officers, we were talking about, you know, the formula, and that our police department was half the size of Nogales' police department, but yet their population is half of our population.
Not only that, the census are totally wrong. I can assure everybody that we're short about 10,000 people, okay? The cat is out of the bag. We sure are, your department is sure are understaffed, and I was talking to a constituent that they were complaining that they called for help, and it took 10 minutes for somebody to show up. And my explanation was, are you aware that we basically, physically, and mentally killing our police force when they don't work 8 hours? They work 12, minimum 14 hours a day, because basically we don't have the personnel. They don't have family time. They don't spend time with their wives, their kids. And it seems like nobody cares, or if they're aware, either they're not aware or they basically do not care about the men and women that are taking care of our safety. And it is sad and disgusting, okay? That's all I'm gonna say, because then I'm very passionate about the fact that when we need you, we expect you to be there yesterday, but we don't take the responsibility on why is it that we don't have enough policemen to take care of our safety. So, anybody else?
Mayor?
Yes.
One quick question. Well, two. Question and comment. Are you gonna be finally, are we gonna be finally funding the commander position this year?
Uh, th- That was a position I didn't budget for, or I didn't request for. I see the need more for officers than the commander, but I mean, I'm, I will listen to your feedback and your suggestions, but I do see the need more for staffing, or low-level personnel than a commander at this time.
Okay, and you mentioned it earlier, the need for enforcement, and I think that there's some misconception that our parking meters or transit enforcement officers is a enterprise or a I mean, it is, but it's not to make revenue. It is there to enforce and to help alleviate a lot of those calls. So I think a bit more not education, but outreach when it comes to that. I know people, for some odd reason, think that parking meters are or were meant to make a lot of money, which was never the intent. And also, is there a way that, I don't know if that's a question for you or Kay, that transit enforcement officers have the capability to cite people cutting into the line and, for what they do their duties?
Yeah, well, that's something that we can sure work on making sure that we make those changes on our ordinance, so they have that ability. We just have, right now, we don't want to put that responsibility on them at this point, because they have so many other responsibilities that they're not being able to fulfill. And if they're going to be having to enforce people cutting in line, then we're gonna have to take them away from other responsibilities. You might not know, but the company that is currently helping us with the traffic control, they're no longer gonna help us for next year. So that's an item that it was removed, which is a reason why they gave me those 2 spots. So the transit enforcement officer are gonna have to now go back to do traffic control, aside from doing the enforcement on, and we wanna focus. I know it's important on people enforcing that aspect of people cutting in line, but there's so many other areas that we're neglecting that I think are more important as well, that we constantly get complaints of, and it's within the residents. So, but yeah, definitely, there's something that we can explore and see how we can put it in the ordinance, so they're able to be able to enforce some of those issues. They right now they're able to issue citations and in certain things, but that hasn't been something that they're doing right now.
Thank you, Chief.
No problem.
Anybody else?
I have a question, the mayor. Hello. This thing really wants me to put it into my mouth, huh? I mean, with that comment that the mayor and Tadeo mentioned about Nogales, it just goes to show how much great work our department does, being understaffed for a community of our size. So I applaud you and your officers and everybody. Make sure you let them know that they're doing a great job. Earlier you mentioned that a high percentage of our department, it's 5 years or young. They're newer officers. But my understanding also is we have an older, a lot of officers that are getting ready to retire in the next 5 years. Are we preparing for that? Because you are going to have especially in the command structure, that issue in the next 5 years.
So yes, obviously we want that successional planning to be in place. I think one of the areas that I've been focused on is to make sure that the day that the senior staff is not here, including myself, that whoever is left behind, they have everything they need. They have all the tools, they have the training, and they feel confident enough to continue moving forward. We want to make sure we leave the structure in place to make sure that they're able to continue providing that good service to the community. But yeah, that is something we continually talked about. The day that our senior staff is not here, making sure that they're prepared, making sure that we're empowering our officers, again, providing everything that they need, the tools, the training, make sure that we're mentoring good enough, make sure that they are physically, mentally, and spiritually ready to continue moving forward. It's important for us to make sure that they are in a good position to continue to do the job. So yeah, that's we're making sure that that structure, that training, that mentorship is in place to make sure that when we leave, like again, I include myself someday, everybody, whoever steps up, they can continue moving forward, and we continue to provide that good service.
Anybody else? If not,
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
I would like to ask, Chief, I see that you requested for new employees for police officers and transit enforcement officers, but I didn't see for police vehicles. Does your fleet?
So yeah, and I have asked for 5 patrol vehicles, 3 transit enforcement vehicles, and 1 marked vehicle. Based on our meetings, that was something that was removed. We do, based on the grant that we're gonna get, we are getting part of the package is 5 patrol vehicles. So we will be getting 5 vehicles with the grant, right? But as part of my CIP, I did add 5 patrol vehicles. All right.
Maria?
Yes, Chief, thank you so much for that presentation. With the comments the mayor and Tadeo had, Councilmember Tadeo de la Hoya, we've known that this shortage is just terrible, but I think we do have to make something happen this budget season. With everything is so expensive, and I think we're gonna have to start drastically cutting something to make this happen, because yes, we always say, and we're so proud of the police department for being the safest city in Arizona for our population, and I'm one of those bragging about you guys, but we're still short. And it's not easy to say, cut so much off of this department and so much of this department, but something has to be done, Mayor, something, and council members. We've known this number, we're so many short, but I just feel this has to be filled. So, thank you for your service.
In 2019, Mayor Sanchez said something very profound and apocalyptic when he tried to do something that it was the right thing to do. And I'm not gonna mention it because I can be fined $5,000, and believe me, I take care of my money. But he says something that if that particular item didn't pass, within 2 years, the city of San Luis was going to go down, and it's gonna be catastrophic. And we're there. And I understand what Councilmember Cruz is saying, but I can assure you that being part of what's going on and the financings, that there's no more where to cut. The next thing, and this is what I said, a member that was here from the public yesterday, I want to see you, some of these people around here, and I want you to, in your mind, keep it there, because some of these people might not have a job next year, because that's the next cut that we're going after. And that is because what Mayor Sanchez said some years back is here. I've been here for less than 2 years, and I've been saying the same thing. And now we're here. We are here. I was talking to Ms. Torres, and it's so frustrating to see the potential that we have and to see so much needs, and people want more and more and more from the PD, from Public Works, from the ambulance services. but nobody's willing to make a sacrifice. And there's so much we can do. And I was thinking, and I voiced it up, I said, maybe when we're gonna reach a point, because we will happen, okay? If nothing is done, it will happen. Cut personnel and cut services. And one of the first things that we will do, people, is instead of us getting our garbage picked twice a week, it's gonna be 1 week. Because maybe that's what people need in the community, to be shocked that this is serious. This is not a game, this is not political, this is not about me or the police department. This is about our community. So having said that, I was gonna make a joke that when you said that we all gonna retire and we leaving people like us at the council, I think that Matias, me, Ms. Torres, we're not gonna be around here for long. We're not gonna die. But my promise to all of these people that are going to retire, and it's a joke, I'm gonna build a senior complex so we can all go and live together and criticize the young ones. Having said that, thank you.
Chief, I have a question. The most frequent comments that we have from the resident of the east side is that the lack of presence of the police. I know we're short, but have you thought about taking advantage of the technology like cameras or plate readers? How expensive will that be for the future?
So also part of the border fund grant that we're receiving, we're gonna be investing in 10 cameras that are gonna be installed throughout the city. So again, that's part of the enhancement for not only border security, but for the community. So yeah, that's something that we will be moving forward once we receive that funding. It's included in that package, cameras for the city.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? If not, thank you so much.
Next, we have Development Services. Jose Guzman, Director of Development Services.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. I'll be doing the presentation for Development Services. And I just want to mention what the chiefs and other departments mentioned, working as a team. make
Higher.
sure-
We cannot hear.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to mention the same thing that the chiefs and other departments mentioned, that we have to work as a team to make sure that we provide the services needed for the residents. So we currently have 10 staff members, and we requested 5 positions, but we will be happy we get 1, which is the office assistant. And we continue with our goal, which is to continue enhancing the customer service and support the current and future growth with the available resources. So this past year, we issue 605 permits, which 210 were new residents, and processed more than 60 million worth of new construction, and collected more than 2.6 million in fees. So
Yes.
these numbers were from April 15. So we ran the report yesterday, and we already at 336 new residential building permits. Staff also participated in several outreach activities, not as many as the police department. We'll use them as an example for future. They participated in events such as the new homeowner workshop, and during the building safety month, we provide presentations for the residents and students. And as part of the public outreach, the plan is for code enforcement to start doing more outreach to educational campaigns to inform the residents about the code enforcement most common violations. These are just some examples of cases. We enforce on residential and commercial as well. GIS collaborated with Public Works on doing some of collecting the sewer network points for the sewer infrastructure on the east side. This will facilitate access to the entire sewer system for future needs and development. GIS staff also is working on doing more interactive maps to have make accessible the information to residents. One example is the cleanup campaign. They did a map where residents can go in and click on the map, and it will give them the day where the cleanup campaign will pass through their subdivision. Other example is the subdivision map, which we have it on the city website. You can click on the subdivision, and you'll get the recorded plat of that subdivision. Well, development continues. These are some examples of projects that were completed or on the works, like the Burger King that was recently opened, and the PEP building that was recently completed. Development also continues on the east part of the city. We had 270 new residential lots and 38 commercial. And we currently have over 400 residential lots in review for future development. And I will conclude my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions council might have.
Questions, comments from council? Sure.
Thank you, Jose, for your presentation. I just have a question. In regards to the interactive maps, will our bike lanes be on that map?
Yeah, we're trying to make the most use of those type of maps, including the zoning regulations and all those type of information. So
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
If we were to approve the new fees that you are working with, do you have any idea, top of your head, roughly, how much more your budget will increase?
So we did an estimate, and it will, for a new residential permit, it will cost like $1,000 more. So in average, we do 200 new residential permits per year, so that will be around 300,000.
Anybody else?
I do. When it comes to code enforcement, and it might not be a question for you, but the code enforcement specialist for right-of-way and that, how is that working out, and how do we have a number of incidents, or I guess calls or notices, citations? Is that you or Logio?
That's what it works.
Morning. So on top of the head, I really don't have that data. We can provide that, as far as how many cases we have open and how many cases we have ongoing and how many cases we've closed. I know that, for example, for the right-of-way code enforcement, on our end within our department, it has significantly helped us a lot. The assistance of our code enforcement takes a lot of time away from our guys, when they used to have to do that. They used to have to go and knock on doors to residents, for things they have on the right-of-way, whether it's debris, vehicles. So for a fact, I know it has significantly helped us. I just don't have the data as far as the cases.
Thank you.
Anybody else, comments? If not, Jose, thank you. Great presentation.
Next, we have Economic Development. Armando Esparza, Director of Economic Development.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, staff members, and anyone watching at home. So today I'm gonna talk about our proposed budget. But first, I would like to invite council to our Small Business Resource Fair that we're hosting on Wednesday. We already have, and also the public watching at home, we already have 20 agencies, organizations, service providers confirmed, anywhere from small business lending, counseling, and it's open to anyone who is already in business or is thinking about starting a business. And this is part of our National Small Business Week activities. So first, I wanted to talk about what the Economic Development Department does for any community members that are interested. So economic development is really 3 action items. That's how it is nationally known. The first one is business attraction, so attracting new businesses to our community. Business expansion, so helping the businesses that are already here expand, either through capital investment or hiring of new people. And also we help small businesses be created, so helping new businesses start and ensuring that there's a lively entrepreneurial community in the areas that we serve. But how is this impact felt in our community? So when a new business comes into our town, when they hire new employees or bring someone else to work in our community, their payroll flows through our whole business ecosystem. So everyone who is hired pays at a restaurant, at a local retailer, and that is money that through sales tax ends up coming back to our community and gets invested back into parks, infrastructure, and all the good stuff that we enjoy here in San Luis. The second way that we make an impact here in the community is that we have, when there is a diverse and healthy, industry, right? Healthy economy. It is better for our community. We have different sources of revenue. We have a strong, when we have a strong industrial base, we have a strong commercial and retail base, and also a small business community that puts the city at a better financial position. And for our residents, having more options of employers, that's always good, right? So there's always upward mobility for them. There's more earning power, and that's very important for not only them, but also all of the families here in San Luis. And then finally, the last area is that economic developers, do investments, work on investments into our neighborhoods, our downtowns, to ensure that our communities are good, lively places for our residents to live in. And the projects that I'll be presenting really focus in this area. So the department has identified 8 projects for this upcoming fiscal year that we are going to be focusing on, and this has come from the work that we are doing with the Thriving Communities program. So for a little bit of background, the Thriving Communities program is a program through the U.S. Department of Transportation, which the city of San Luis was selected to be a part of, to be a community, and we have been identifying projects that are ready for federal funding or other sources of funding. And from our work with them, we have noticed that because of the Bipartisan Infrastructure and Jobs Act, there is a lot of unique and new opportunities to fund infrastructure projects. So the projects, again, that we have identified are good for these federal investments. So the areas of focus will be downtown redevelopment. There's already a master plan in place. We just need to find some funding to get that off the ground. Job creation, water and wastewater infrastructure, and also transportation. These 8 projects will come for the upcoming year. We estimate about $7 million, but we also expect that to be a lot higher because of the same reasons that you have heard the other departments talk about, just the cost of equipment and materials. The first project that I want to talk about is downtown drainage. So the downtown drainage master plan was approved last year, and we are now seeking federal funding to build. And the purpose of this plan is to improve existing stormwater infrastructure in the area highlighted, which is the original town sites, and just to kind of accommodate for future growth that we expect in this part of town. We have already submitted a request to Senator Kelly and Senator Sinema's office to be considered for FEMA funding through congressionally directed spending, which is earmarked through the federal budget. We should be hearing back if we got it or not in the fall. So for phase one, which is actually kind of geographically divided, phase one is Archibald Street. It is expected to cost about $368,000, and phase two is along B Street, C Street, and Second Avenue, and the total project cost would be about $1.4 million. The second project that we are focusing on is that the Economic Development Department has been tasked with figuring out how to start the community getting used to paid parking. There is and I'm going to talk about it right now, but there's a project to build a downtown parking lot that's going to assist with not only parking to go to Mexico and do those pedestrian walkings, but also with some of the residential issues that we are seeing in that part of town. So initially, we are asking for $34,000 to just put a temporary structure and start, a small program where maybe they would pay a quarter to just get used to, parking. This will, in the future, be a full parking lot that you can see is currently in the design phase. It's about a 75% design, and we should get that back later this year. And this is the second project that we are working on. The latest estimate I had was about $4.4 million, but again, we expect that to be a lot higher. And there's several grant opportunities through the Department of Transportation that we can probably tap into. And as they keep coming up, we will identify and match them to our projects. Now let's talk about downtown redevelopment. So downtown redevelopment, the plan identifies 4 phases for the development of this project. And again, the total cost of the project was about $21 million, but again, we expect it to be a lot higher. And the first phase that we want to focus on to seek funding for, either through a RAISE grant or an EPA grant that we are currently working on, is to focus on Main Street. That would be phase 1 and phase 2. So it would be Main Street from the port of entry all the way up to the roundabout. So that is a project that I think we can get funding for because of the kind of the stipulations that the federal government is putting on where federal investment goes to, and San Luis border communities, primarily minority communities, are target groups for federal investment. Now on the water and wastewater project, we submitted a grant to the EPA, EDA, Economic Development Administration, to fund a water and sewer line that would connect the Meadowcraft building, which is where Piana is located, to the city system. And the reason is because this grant is specifically targeting companies that are looking to expand their operations. So we know that Piana has potential to expand and get new clients. So with this investment, they would be connected to the system and increase that, have more increase in water and sewer capacity, because right now they are on septic and well. This project is expected to cost $1.5 million, and the EDA grant will cover 80% of the cost, and the city would do a 20% match. And going back to Main Street, we have identified as part of the redevelopment plan that there is potential to add charging stations for electric vehicles. And the reason for this is that normally charging vehicles takes some time. So hopefully we have someone that comes to charge, they can go maybe shop downtown and see what San Luis has to offer. So our grants coordinator and I are looking for grant opportunities to fund these 4 electric charging stations that would be located on main streets. And there, again, there's a lot of funding opportunities. We just need to ensure that we are applying for them and have them identified early on and when they become available. And then finally, we have the 2 CBDG projects, which is grants that the city has been doing for years. And we have Merrill Avenue, Phase 1, which we are currently working on and we were awarded. We were awarded $466,000, and the city is putting some match for this, and the project is going to cost 1.2, and that project is going to start construction in the coming months. The second project for CBDG that we are planning on submitting is Phase 2, which, again, very similar numbers that we can expect from CBDG. The city has been doing it for a long time. We can expect about maybe about $500,000 in the grant, and then the city would put in the rest for city match. That is it for me. I'm open for questions or comments on these grant-funded projects that we are going to be working on.
Any questions, comments from council?
I have a question. On the charging stations, have you explored the idea of maybe having a couple of those at City Hall? I know, I cannot remember if it was NOC or which conference that they were talking about that, and the funding available when they do it like at city complexes.
I think that from what I heard from Public Works that the city has some already. We have 1.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, staff, we do have one at the new fleet services shop. It is not functioning yet. We haven't metered it yet. We're working with billings and collection to figure out a method to meter that.
And that will be open for the public?
We're discussing that, whether or not that's possible. We would have to look into like risk management, whether or not if you had an issue, because it's at a city building, and there's some concern of whether or not you had a fire right next to a city building. We're not savvy enough about that, so we're looking into it.
Right, and just to follow up, Councilmember De La Hoya, some federal grants put stipulations on the use for the electric chargers, so if we seek funding for government facilities, it will likely not be open for the public, but if we search for funding for any use, there's possibility it could be open to government buildings, so we would just have to look at the grants, the funding opportunity requirements.
City of Lima has 3 at their City Hall, and they're open,
Yeah.
for the public, so
Yeah.
FYI.
Right, and I've been to some of those conferences, and I don't know why this thing wants me to be here. And yeah, the idea is for them to be like open to the public
Right.
at a public parking lot, like in front of City Hall,
Mhm.
not next to the building, not in fleet services. So I know there are funding sources for that, and we've
Right.
had community visitors ask, "Hey, where are your charging stations and all this stuff?" So
Mhm.
kind of sucks that we're 0 right now.
Yeah, I can look. We can look into it.
Anybody else? If not, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
We're ahead of time here on our schedule. The break was scheduled for 10. So if you would like to have a break now for 15 minutes, stretch a leg, get something else to drink, and then we'll resume.
Hello, I'm in my budget meeting. What's up? I'm alive and well.
Next, we have the Municipal Court, Danae Tara Figueroa, Judge.
Can everyone hear me? Maybe a little closer. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, council members, co-workers, members of the public. I'm Judge Figueroa. I have been the magistrate sitting on the bench for 4 months now. I am so thankful and honored to be here. Before I dive into the presentation, for fiscal year 2024-2025, the court is not asking for any personnel or capital projects. However, I will be discussing some of our recent accomplishments and goals. So the slide we're looking at, these are the number of court users entering San Luis Municipal Court facilities. I've pulled this, these are the most recent statistics. This is June 2023 to March of 2024. So thus far this fiscal year, there have been 10,375 patrons who have visited the courthouse. We have 278 law enforcement and 178 pieces of contraband have been found. In looking at your budget booklet, you'll see the court is comprised of 11 staff. Right now, we are 6 out of 11 positions filled. We have our court interpreter and our court security officer who are currently, they are covered through an agreement with the Yuma County Superior Court. And we also hopefully have 2 interns who will be starting soon, and they are through Arizona at Work. We have been working closely with HR to fill our vacant positions. 10,000, that's a lot of people. We want to ensure that we're fully staffed with knowledgeable individuals focused on customer service. Additionally, the court's actively recruiting youth as interns to help with the workload, give youth professional work experience, and cultivate interest in legal futures. HR has been assisting the court in fulfilling critical positions, so a big thank you to the HR department. Additionally, it should be noted that City Finance Department has also been providing their assistance and collaborating with us during this time that we have been short-staffed, so thank you. The slide that we're looking at now, this is for fiscal year 2022. All of these statistics are found on the AOC website. In fiscal year 2022, there were 2,755 case filings. The bulk of the caseload were civil traffic citations at 1,870 cases. There were 532 misdemeanors, 17 orders of protection, and 17 local ordinance citations. The next slide we're going to look at are the statistics for fiscal year 2023 so we can compare. So these are the statistics for fiscal year 2023. As you can see, case filings are up by 1,000 cases approximately, which is a large amount. Civil traffic citations are up more than 600 citations. There is an increase in all case type filing, including doubling the amount of orders of protection. Receiving statistics from fiscal year 2024 will be very telling. With a rise in case filings, the court must ensure that we can provide knowledgeable and efficient customer service. Additionally, there is a prevalence of cash payments in this court, which I think is very important to note. It also adds to the amount of clerk work. Out of all the courts in the county, taking into account the number of cases that we have, this court has the most walk-in traffic and cash payments in our county. Changing gears from case filings, I wanted to show statistics regarding languages spoken in San Luis. This is critical because the courts of Arizona are committed to providing meaningful access to the court proceedings, programs, and services to persons with limited English proficiencies. According to the US Census Bureau, 91.3% of the population in San Luis speak another language besides English at home. 90.5% of the population speak Spanish. Thus, court interpreters are essential in our court. Seeing that filings have increased, the number of patrons continues to increase, and the public needing Spanish interpretation in the court has created internal improvement goals and public outreach goals. The internal improvement goals would be continued enhancement of our customer service and staff training development. We will continue to send our employees to local training in Phoenix, Prescott, to enhance the court staff skill set. Most recently, our chief clerk was in Prescott this week, actually. She was at the Arizona Courts Association conference to enhance her skill set to bring that knowledge back to our community. The public outreach goals would be to create a civil traffic legal clinic in collaboration with the Yuma County Superior Court Self-Service Center. We are finalizing our current bond card as well. That will be helpful or used in the legal clinics. We will help explain the procedures of what happens when you get a traffic citation. Educating our community is extremely important, and I think, I want to touch back at what Councilmember De La Hoya was saying about just when people receive traffic citations, I think that there might be just miscommunication of information, or they're just not sure. So we're trying to bring these legal clinics to our community to educate the public. We are currently also working on IGAs for the court interpreter and court security positions with Yuma County Superior Court. An IGA is an intergovernmental agreement, which it's similar to a contract, but it's an agreement that involves or is made between two or more governments in cooperation to solve problems of mutual concern. There are several pros to IGAs. With IGAs with Yuma County Superior Court, we can assure coverage if either position is ever out. The positions will have supervisors to monitor and ensure licenses and certifications are up to date, and those supervisors will ensure that positions continue to attend necessary trainings. To touch on some of our recent accomplishments, we have hired a new court administrator who will begin in 2 weeks. I'm very grateful to the HR department for helping in that recruitment process. We are also working with HR, and as I stated earlier, Arizona at Work, to bring in more interns. We have one starting on Monday, and hopefully we'll have another one. We have made improvements and enhancements to the court building and correcting several findings from our last OSHA inspection. This includes working with several city departments on projects, and I'm so grateful to all of the department heads who have, assisted, provided their services, and the employees of those departments. To ensure fire codes are being followed, working with risk management, facilities has been assisting us, IT, the PD, all have provided their specialized knowledge. We have also improved our case processing, which was noted. You can even tell in court, we have a lot of attorneys who have been approaching us and just telling us in general, procedurally, cases are being processed faster, we have accomplished more. Overall, the takeaway is that San Luis Municipal Court is continuing to serve an increase in amount of patrons, and the court staff is continuing to work on providing knowledgeable, friendly, and efficient customer service to the members of the public. Thank you.
First of all, thank you. Great presentation from council. Any comments? Questions? None? That's the first one. Thank you. Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
did a great job. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Parks and Recreation, Angelica Roldan, Director of Parks and Recreation.
Good morning, Mayor, council members, department head, city staff, and members of the public that are probably connected. I'm Angelica Roldan. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation Department, and I'm very excited to present to you today. Parks and Recreation is a very busy department, and I would like to share with you what we have been working on and what we'll continue to do throughout this year or next fiscal year. The San Luis City of Parks and Recreation is one of the largest departments of the city, consisting of 42 employees who take pride in serving our local community. The San Luis Cultural Center, Parks, Recreation, Youth Center, Municipal Pool, and Senior Center fall under the umbrella of the San Luis Parks and Recreation Department. The mission of the Parks and Recreation Department is to provide opportunities for the physical, social, and cultural enhancement of the community through the offering of programs and facilities which foster development of positive values and self-esteem. There are many community benefits because of Parks and Recreation. Health benefits and physical activity, encouraging youth activities, community bonding, safer spaces and neighborhoods, is a stress relief, mentoring programs, environmental benefits, beautification of public spaces, and cultural diversity. And I know there's more benefits. This is how our Parks and Recreation organizational chart looks like at the moment. We have the municipal pool, cultural center, parks grounds, recreation, youth center division, and the senior center. So in total, we have six divisions under the umbrella of Parks and Recreation. Some of the goals and objectives that our Parks and Recreation Department have as a team is increased participation in programs and recreation opportunities, make Orduño Park a major city visitor destination, and I'm pretty sure we already have one of our best 4th of July in the county. Use capital to renew aging infrastructure. We'll continue developing a strategic plan to maintain existing areas and preparing for future development. We aim to continue care for our seniors by offering healthy meals daily, promote youth activities that give students a safe and healthy environment to grow, developing cultural events and programs for youth and adults. The City of San Luis Parks and Recreation Department was proud to safely provide events and open public spaces with our community's well-being in mind. And another new objective that we added is to look to add inclusive playgrounds and play areas for all members of our community. We think that inclusive playgrounds are important so that all people in the community has access to our public spaces regardless of physical abilities. So we are right now at this facility, is the Cesar Chavez Cultural Center. We will continue to develop cultural events and programs for youth and adults. Culture shapes a community and gives an identity and gives a sense of pride. Some of the projects that were completed this fiscal year was new flooring, as you can see. It looks very shiny and neat. We also are gonna be able to paint our interior of the cultural center. Is gonna be completed before this fiscal year. And also, one of the ideas in the future is to continue with partnerships with local artists. One of them will be to add more murals around our cultural center, as well as other facilities here in Parks and Recreation. One of the things that we are trying to do is to add noches culturales, and that's why we have a garden area. So when the weather is very nice, for example, this April, we have Arte en la Calle, just to continue have that probably quarterly Noches Culturales and bring artists, invite artists from the community and outside the community as well. We have a recreation division. The goal is to increase participation in programs and recreation opportunities to promote youth activities and give students a safe and healthy environment to grow. For example, one of the ideas is to bring more 5K activities or runs, color red. Also, another idea is to keep promoting motor skills classes because we're already doing it, but for different ages and for toddlers as well. Also, bike events is very important to add that. And these are some of the recreation projects that we have in mind. I know it's not gonna be completed this next fiscal year, but hopefully soon because it's one of our goals and something that is very needed. One of them is the renovation of the recreation indoor restroom, and the other one is the recreation expansion project. So as you can see, here are some of the plans, but one of them is gonna be able to be completed with some operational budget that we have, which is the entrance of the gym. And you can see it on the picture. We're very excited that we're finally working on the municipal pool renovation project. Having a pool gives the community a healthy way to stay active during the hot summer months. One of the ideas that we have as a team is also, well, we're gonna be adding some water features, but also include the Splash Fridays events at the pool whenever we open the pool, as well as add some splash pads. This is our Youth Center division. The Youth Center division gives a positive and safe social environment to grow, and we'll continue providing more programs to our youth. Some of the programs you can see on the picture is the boxing club, the summer program, and more activities. One of the projects that will be able to be completed this fiscal year, we're adding a new exercise equipment, which is very important. It needs to be updated because the gym equipment often faces a lot of wear and tear. So we want our youth center gym to both look good and be safe for the kids. Now we have our Parks Grounds division. Here are some pictures of what the Parks Grounds division do daily. One of the pictures you can see, we've been having cross-training with other cities, for example, City of Yuma Parks Grounds. So they were able to come and give us some ideas, change ideas of what is it, how they maintain their green areas. Same thing we do, we go over there, back and forth. Same thing we can do with Summerton. So this is one of the goals that we have for Parks Grounds. And our Parks Grounds division keep our community looking good. City green spaces speak to a community's overall character. Well-kept green spaces makes the community feel proud. And these are some of the projects that we have. I'm not showing everything, but these are some of the projects. One of them is continue with the parks assessment that we've been doing together, working together with risk management. Change some of the equipment, renovate some of the playground equipment, lighting, as well as some walls that we have. We were able to purchase new equipment and renovate some of the playgrounds areas that we have, and also continue working for the East Community Park. Now we have the Senior Center division. We'll continue offering programs, activities, and care for our seniors by offering healthy meals daily. We want our seniors to have more opportunities and more things to do. You can see some of the pictures where the fire department went and was able to do some pancakes for the seniors. They were very happy. So if you notice on social media, we've been doing more things for the senior center, and I'm pretty sure the seniors are very happy as well. So this is just an example of the new ideas, projects that we have for the senior center. We added a proposal that will be also done by this summer. So these are some ideas and some of the activities because the senior center staff is already doing a great job. So we're just trying to help them and add more activities for them. So we have our future projects. We always have to think ahead. The city of San Luis is quickly growing, and we need to plan ahead to meet our future needs. One of them is the East Community Park. We're working to complete the 2 soccer fields this year. Our Parks Grounds crew is working every day to have this completed, 2 soccer fields completed, and then we will continue working on the other phases, which is the softball field that you see on the right, and then the other phases that you can see, the basketball courts, the splash pad, and also one of the ideas is to add inclusive playgrounds, because it's very important to add inclusive areas for our children. We also wanted to add our downtown park. I remember when I started, I talked to our city manager, and she told me all the ideas that San Luis have. And I know this is a long-term project, but I just wanted to show you a little bit of how it's gonna look. This is the design, and this is gonna be a project that will be connected to Cesar Chavez Road. Some of the future projects are dog parks. We would like to have 2 dog parks, one on the west side of San Luis and another one on the east side. So as you can see, these are just potential areas that we have. The one on the west of San Luis will be Pep Park, by Pep Park, all the way in the back. And then this is just an idea, like I said, on the east side of San Luis. I believe that's Janet Napolitano, I believe. These are some projects, lighting projects that are gonna be able to be completed by this fiscal year. We're gonna be adding lighting for Salomon retention and Kennedy retention. And this is also part of the safety hazard park assessment that we've been doing together with risk management. Now we have we tried to put all of the events here, but we didn't have that much space. But you know, in Parks and Recreation, we're always very busy. And these are just some of the flyers that we have for all of our events. One of them is Mascota Mania, 4th of July, which is we're already working on. It's around the corner. We have Arte en la Calle, we just had it last Friday. We have our Miss San Luis coming up in May, June, I believe. And then we also have the Dia de los Muertos event. So as you can see, we do a lot. These are some ideas, some new events that we're trying to propose. We're continue doing the Earth Day celebration, and we just had it yesterday in the morning. It was a great experience celebrating Earth Day with the community, and it focuses the community's attention on nature and well-being of the environment around us. We can also do community cleanups, garden activities at the senior center, and other things just to celebrate Earth Day. The other idea is Landscape Excellence Award, which is kind of like Yard of the Month. And it encourages residents to keep their properties well maintained. This way the community feel pride of their yards. And also the idea is just to convert it, like in the holidays, it can be the holiday landscape of the yard of the month. But this is one of the ideas that we have. And also, one of the new events that we're trying to change, it will be for Founders Day celebration, Asado and Brew Fest. And it will be a Founders Day celebration. We always want to have new events to keep public interest. And as they say, food is the way to the heart, and we want to be in our community's heart. So I think it's very important. We think it's very important to add new events. For example, I think we need an event about food. So everybody can come and try the asado of grilling of different businesses, invite different businesses that have the opportunity to showcase. And also families can participate. But this is something that we're very excited to change, and we're excited about it. Closing, we have a video that we would like to show you because Parks and Recreation is very visual. So Antonio, we're ready. Thank you.
That's great.
So like the video said, we're Parks and Recreation, and we're here to serve the community.
Any comments, questions from council? Sure. No, please do.
I love the video. I'm also a visual person. Will that be shared on social media?
Do they let me? Maybe some changes before we post it on social media, if admin approves it, of course.
Great. Yes, on the summer program for the kids, we need to grow. You know, there's a lot of kids. Remember when my kids were smaller, we kept the three of them very much occupied in Yuma, at least 4 weeks out of the summer in summer camp. They were very cultural and learning summer camps. And it helped us, working parents, to know the kids were safe, and at the same time, they were having fun, and they were learning. In the senior center, I think that when Ms. De La Hoya comes back, she's gonna really appreciate the great help that you guys are gonna be providing, because she was overworked and overwhelmed, and thank God she's getting healthier. And I know that she will appreciate all the help and the support that you guys can give her. So that's me. Who else?
Thank you so much.
Mayor, I just want to say, you guys put up some great events, and a few weeks back, Adela and myself met with instructional leader Nereida Landsman for CTE, and they have a lot of CTE students that need to put in some community service hours through their programs. They're also doing great things, and they shared that they do support the city with some events. But it would be good to tap into those volunteers to support your staff for numerous events. They're doing great things. They have a dramatic, I can't recall the exact name of the platform they use, but they build stages and they do plays and they do it all from scratch. So most of those students have some certifications already. So I'm pretty sure that they would benefit from putting the volunteer service hours with our city, as well as your staff getting the help. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I will take that in consideration. Thank you.
Anybody else? If not, yes.
Adding to that, the Yuma Catholic as well. A lot of the kids live here in San Luis, and every student needs to put 100, 200 hours of volunteer hours, 200. So like one of my kids goes to Southwest Junior High in the afternoon, so reach out to them, because I see Yuma does it a lot. They'll email them, we need 20 students, and they'll get the kids to sign up for the event, so.
Yeah, and that's the idea, and we're working together with HR department just for them to go through the process. But yeah, we're already getting some volunteers from different schools, and that's the idea from Parks and Recreation, is just continue with those partnerships, work together with the high school and the Gadsden Elementary School, and be able to give them the opportunity, because without them, the events will be very different. So that's why we need the help from the schools. Thank you.
Anybody else? If not, thank you. Great
Thank you so much
presentation.
for the time.
Next, we have Facilities, Yolanda Dueñas, Facilities Supervisor.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Yolanda Dueñas. I am the Facilities Supervisor for the Facilities Division, currently working under City Administration. Our mission is to maintain the city's image with commitment and hard work by providing safe, clean, well-maintained, and functional facilities. Our team is composed of 3 building maintenance technicians, 6 custodians, 1 lead custodian, 1 administrative assistant, 1 project coordinator, 1 facility supervisor, which is myself. What we do, we do maintenance and repairs, cleaning and sanitation, safety and security, renovations, and upgrades. These are a few pictures of staff working in different tasks at our city buildings. Our team works hard to keep up with all our building needs. The capital improvement projects we are requesting for fiscal year 2025 is the duct cleaning for City Hall, Police, and Fire Department. Keeping our building ducts clean protects the heating and cooling system. It improves indoor quality and the health of the building occupants. The electrical and proxy work is needed for our gate doors throughout our City Hall, Police, and Fire. We recently had the wrought iron fence installed and would like to complete the work by installing proxy and electrical work at each of the gate doors. And the third one is the AC units. We put in for 7 new units to replace older units in various of our city buildings. I didn't include it in my PowerPoint presentation, but I do want to add that we are requesting new positions for fiscal year 2025. We are asking for 2 new positions. The 2 new positions will continue with the organizational chart structure since we're going to be under Public Works next fiscal year. It's going to be 1 building maintenance lead and 1 custodian. As most of you are aware, the city is growing and we have 4 additional buildings we are adding that need to be cleaned and maintained, making it a total of 24 city buildings that we take care of. And I also want to thank each and one of you for your assistance throughout the year towards the facilities division. It's greatly appreciated, and just want to let you know that you are a very important key role towards our department. So thank you to each one of you. And that's all I have.
First of all, Yolanda, I want to personally thank you. When I came in and I see how bad the buildings were, all cracked and everything, to me, giving the impression that we are third world city, it's not acceptable. We're better than that. The job that you've done to bring these buildings up to what we really are, we all very proud on walking and not see those buildings cracked and neglect. And you took a lead. I talked, and you and Ms. Jenny listened, and everybody worked to accomplish this. The buildings look beautiful because we have to show the rest of the county and anybody that comes and visits us that we do take pride on who we are. And the first thing that they see when they walk into City Hall is that building. Now that building is at the level that it should be. That was very important to me. I know they might sound vain, but it's not. First impressions are the impressions that you're gonna take away. And yeah, we have a smaller building that it was good for 10, 15 years, and I know that the people that we're fortunate to work in that building are like sardines, but at least we look good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes.
Thank you, Yolanda. Every time we enter into one of the buildings the facility buildings that you clean, and they're just an excellent, very clean. They might be older, but they are very well kept. So please thank your crew.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. If nobody else, thank you, Yolanda. Great job.
Next, we have the city attorney, Kay McQuill.
Jenny said that my voice doesn't carry, so off the mask comes on that.
She says the truth. Speaks the truth.
So can you all hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. So I don't have any new asks this year. We weren't able to attract an assistant city attorney this year, but it was funded last year, so I just asking to continue to support that assistant city attorney from last year. And so why does our department need another full-time attorney? The city is growing and there's just more of everything, more complexity, more diverse issues, plus just the usual constant change that we all go through in life affects the legal department. Some examples, our contracts are more complex. We just finished the 2 million gallon water tank. I don't think we have one that big right now. So that was a complex contract. And then even the little contracts, like the band contracts, it used to be you go to the band's website and they say who their representative is. Well, now they've gotten into the gig economy, it seems like. They are farming out who their representatives are. So we need to be more careful, even with the bands, because you need to make sure that the band isn't getting defrauded, you know? We give this representative money and maybe they're not the representative of the band. So there's more background work even going on with little contracts. The open door policy is still important. There's a lot of quiet work to do on contracts, but it's still important to keep the door open to prevent liabilities. Everything comes through the door, from U.S. constitutional issues like free speech and social media, and down to city code compliance. Every day's a adventure with what kind of issues come up in a growing city like ours. And then even when I farm things out to like niche expertise counsel, they still need information from the city attorney. So it's not like it's, you know, delegate it and forget it. You have to keep on top of even the outside counsel. And then there's changes in the market for attorneys. It used to be like the prosecutor's office. I had no idea that it would be hard to get that position, because it used to be new attorneys would like jump on that opportunity, and it just didn't happen that way. It's a national change in the market. It seems like attorneys are preferring to be sole practitioners in private practice, and they're not going for the big law firms. They're not going for government work. So it took us a while to get the prosecutor, and thank goodness she's here. She's only just started a few weeks ago. And so for recruiting the assistant city attorney, we have to make it more attractive. So of course the benefits are really good. I mean, that's a good selling point for us, because sole practitioners will have to pay for their own health insurance. And the other thing is we put it out as a hybrid so that they could do remote and be in person. I don't particularly like that. I would like them to be in person, but you know, it's been a year and we haven't been able to get, you know, people who do go through the interview process decline after we offer it. So it's really, that's why we had to do that. On the aside from the staffing side, I kind of have a story to tell about the pandemic, and really the only capital expense we have is our software. During the pandemic, I lost the case management program I had because they kept on selling and reselling the business until they weren't supporting it at all. So since then, my email used to blow up with software programs, just marketing to attorneys, just all these companies got into it. And now finally, it seems like the market has settled down and all the opportunists have left, and the ones that provide quality tailored to attorneys have remained. So both me and the prosecutor will be able to get good affordable programs with our current budget due to the savings we've had during the staffing shortage we've had this year. So that's it for me. I'd like to introduce our prosecutor, Amanda Mann. She's an experienced attorney. She's local from Union County, and she only just onboarded on April 2nd, and she was impressed with our police department, and she can tell you why.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The City Prosecutor's Office also isn't asking for any new positions or any extra funding this year. I tried to get more statistics about what the office has done this last year and what we're doing right now, but the software that we're using, nobody could access the information. We even contacted the helpline, and we couldn't get access to any information, so I manually counted the number of open cases we have, and it's 113 as of last week, and we currently have 3 cases that are set for trial, and I'm sorry I can't tell you how many cases we have in a year. And on that subject, I'm working on getting case management software so that we can be a little bit more efficient in how we operate. Right now, we're working off of paper files, and we spend a lot of time creating documents with the same information over and over again, and I would like for us to just be able to hit a button and create those documents. The goals for next year are to retain our staff. We have a legal secretary who started maybe 2 months ago, a paralegal who started late last year, and then I started earlier this month. We would like to continue providing training to the police department. I was really impressed with the reports that I've been getting. And I would like to continue to provide training so that I can continue to get those good reports that make prosecuting cases easier. And then the last goal is to get that case management software using money that is in this year's budget. Anybody have any questions?
Any questions, comments? No?
Thank you.
Thank you. Kate, I didn't have time to, in your presentation, I have a comment to make because I wanted to stay in the record for clarification. In the last council meeting, a gentleman showed up and says that if we don't have money, why are we spending $50,000 on a lawsuit? I want everybody to know, the persons that are here and the person that hopefully are listening, we didn't went and ask for a lawsuit. The city had a lawsuit, and it's our God-given right to defend the city from unjust lawsuits. Yeah, we don't have the money, but it is the right thing to protect the city from these frivolous actions. So, just to be in the record. Thank you, Kay.
Is this working? Yes, okay. And And also, that's a retainer. We may not have to spend that much money. Hopefully, we'll resolve it quickly.
Thank you. And with that, since we're way ahead of time, Ms. Torres, would you please continue?
Mayor?
Yes,
I
sorry.
do have a comment for Kay. You made a comment about the attorney and now that you know, it's out there to be hybrid. And I agree with you, you know, I would also prefer, you know, someone in person. But, you know, as the workforce is evolving, you know, experts and the Society for Human Resources specialists and whatnot are telling, you know, that a lot of organizations are allowing hybrid schedules or hybrid people because, you know, that's where we are right now with technology and whatnot. But, I mean, I do agree that in person it's better, but that might be our only option. And I know there's a lot of cities that have a city attorney hired and it's not there full-time, they just attend either to council meetings then. Not that I want that, again, but as long as we get or you get the response, that might be an option also too.
Well, let me follow on that one. The reason that we cannot hire anybody, as soon as they find out how much they're gonna make, they run, okay? It's a position that people goes and spend years and years and years to get a degree, and then they got a job offer that if you go and work at my favorite place, In-N-Out, you can make more money in In-N-Out if you put enough overtime than to be in an attorney. We need to be in a position, if we want to have people that will be up to accomplish and represent us, we should be willing to pay more. Because at the end of the day, sometimes you get what you pay for. For the record. Thank you.
Two of the applicants that did decline, one didn't want to move to the area because of the spouse. And the other, for personal reasons, I'm not sure that it was money, so.
Yeah, well, we go back to money. They might not like that we don't have the big fancy restaurants or the theaters, but if you show enough Benjamins, if you show enough zeros, they will come to our community. I can assure you that. Thank you. Adela, please.
Next, we have Human Resources. Adela Cortez, Director of Human Resources.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, and the community that is watching us. Adela Cortez, Human Resources, and I'm presenting today the plan for the Human Resources Department. We don't have capital projects. Our team focuses on the provision of services for internal employees from the time they get hired throughout their employment life cycle, as well as to the community as they approach us for employment or for other collaborations like the high schools and the agencies that we build partnerships with. Our team, Human Resources, the mission is to be a diverse and productive workforce, maximize our capabilities to provide the best customer service for all of our customers, internal and external. And we get there by anticipating changing needs, providing career and professional growth for our employees, enhancing the services through innovation and creativity, and maintaining a healthy work environment. And we do all these through our shared values, which include integrity, teamwork, innovation, quality, and advocacy. I am very grateful for your support last year for providing Human Resources with a manager position. That position was needed in order to transform the Human Resources Department and provide a more innovative approach that is aligned with the agency's goals and objectives. I'm not asking for any new positions this year, but I am asking for a couple of reclassifications within human resources. Currently, all the positions are at the same level, positions of support, with exception of the front office position. And I had an experience last year where I was able to attract a very competent and qualified individual for the talent acquisition role, but she was so good that once she saw that there was no opportunity for growth other than going into management or the director, she left after 8 months. So for that reason is that I went to administration and asked if I could get a couple of reclassifications so I can build a career pathway within human resources, so there's opportunity for development professionally. Our roadmap, last year we set some strategic goals, and I'm gonna go over some of those and the main accomplishments that we had in the year in a few of those areas. In the area of compensation and organizational structure, we were able to restructure 4 departments, including Public Works, Development Services, Facilities, and Parks as some of them. We also completed a compensation study. The full report has not been presented to council yet because we got a draft, but that draft was needed in order to provide administration and finance with some preliminary numbers to include on the budget. And I'll speak a little more of that at the end, towards the end of the presentation. In the area of benefits, we were able to successfully transfer our third-party administrator that processes the claims. We were also able to secure a health benefits broker. We also brought in-house the processing of Forms 1095C. These are the forms that are required to report on income taxes by the IRS. It's a requirement to let them know that the employer provides health coverage. And we also enhanced the wellness program. I want to say that on the first 3 items on benefits that we achieved, there was some savings of about $70,000 for the city. As public servants, we're always looking to find ways to use funds wisely. And when I found out that the system we have, New World, actually has a module for processing those forms, immediately we're looking to bringing that in-house. In the area of process efficiency, we were able to fully develop the applicant tracking system, NeoGov. So now hiring departments have the whole process online. They enter the requisition online. They review applications. They submit their offer online, and there's no more paperwork going back and forth. There's also another module in NeoGov that is Perform, which was purchased quite a few years ago. The program is ready to be launched. We say 80% because we haven't done training for end users, but it's ready. It's a new tool for evaluating employees. It will start with employees having the opportunity to self-assess themselves, and then it routes to the supervisor, who is gonna review the employee's assessment and have their input. And then it also includes goal setting with an effort for employees to know exactly what is expected from them, and that the goals are set in alignment with the department's objectives as well as the agency's objectives. And in communication and recognition, we enhanced the branding from HR. We know there is a need in every department, as I hear here, that we need to fill positions. Some of them are very hard to fill. And so we had to find ways to advertise in specialized associations and websites and enhance our branding in trying to do a lot more of what it's used now by newer generations in social media rather than paper. And we also implemented, it's not in that slide, but we also implemented a learning management system for training and development. Because we have so many systems that we're working on, this one is taking a little longer, but we have already put programs, training programs together for harassment, anti-bullying, time management, effective communication. In the latest edition, it's professional English course that we're bringing in through a collaboration with AWC. In terms of data analytics, I don't want to go into detail on this area. It's just to show that aside from the major accomplishments, we do a lot on a daily basis. And I do want to point out just on a couple of things there. In the applicants, after the system was fully implemented, we went up by 1,000 applications processed from last year. And as well as the job postings went up to 78. New hires, I want to say that we have less new hires this year, but I am relating that to the reason that we also have less terminations. Last year we had 42, and this year we have 27. So we are progressing little by little to make the agency an employer of choice, so employees don't want to leave. And also I want to mention that the professional development plan is something that we started fairly early in this fiscal year. And so far we have 18 employees that have signed up to participate in a professional development program, whether it is a certification, a degree, or a certificate program through a college. So those were our accomplishments, and now I want to talk about what we're going to do in the coming year, or what we're going to focus on. I understand from the budget information that currently we have 344 positions. There's a 6% added to that, so this coming fiscal year, if everything gets approved, we're going to have 366, 22 more positions that we will need to fill to ensure that departments are adequately staffed. So what's next in the coming year? Our challenges, we have to know what is out there as our challenge so that we know what to put our focus on. And obviously, as everybody mentions, and this is not just in San Luis, it's in the county, it's state, it's nationwide, there is a shortage of labor. There are rapid shifts in changes in environment, laws that change, and different things that we have to react and accommodate for them. There is technology and digital transformation. We need to do more innovation with our processes. There's also, of course, limited resources in budget constraints. And diversified workforce, we want to make sure that we promote diversity and inclusion, but also belonging. And the complex stakeholders is just our relationships with the different agencies that we collaborate with. So knowing that these are our challenges, our focus for the next year is going to be, there are many things that we need to focus on, but we have to take a few that we can set our attention to. And one of them is skills, to develop leadership skills. Performance management as a whole is, as the agency, how are we performing? We need to develop measures to rate that in training and education. Another focus is culture, is ensure that we're promoting a culture of inclusion, of diversity, that we're transparent, that we ensure communication in all levels, top down, down up, interdepartmental is clear, enhance values, productivity as well, continue with process improvements and innovation, ensuring that we're providing what is needed for our newer generations that are coming in the workforce. In compensation and benefits, continue to ensure that there is salary structure and leveling throughout the agency, that we increase the service level for the provision of benefits to our employees, and that we create the well-being strategy that was mentioned also yesterday by our benefits broker. And some of the key performance indicators that we will use to accomplish the goals are listed here. I won't go in detail with all of them, but a lot of that requires, now that we have systems in place, now we have to go back and do surveys and do measurements so that we can actually rate our productivity, our transparency rate, our span of control, how many people are supervised by one supervisor, is that enough or not, and look into hierarchy levels in our competitiveness rates. So part of the focus for next year, as we have been talking, is to have competitive rates, because we're finding it so hard to attract talent. As it is, we're short with a talent pool in the market, and if we do not have those competitive rates, we're not gonna be able to attract them. And if we do, sometimes it's just a stepping stone until they find something else and they leave if they're not getting the right compensation or the right opportunity for professional development. So just the preliminary numbers on the study. We will present the full report as mentioned earlier, but I wanted to show the study was conducted to review our salary structure versus the market, to propose a new salary structure that is aligned with the market, and calculate the cost to meet that competitiveness rate. Based on what has been presented, we have 70% of employees that are under the minimum of the range of the market. 28% are above the minimum, but below the midpoint, and we have only 2% that are above the midpoint. And the midpoint is what it's utilized when we conduct these studies. I have to say that even though this may not look too well, it's better than when the other study was conducted in 2018, because at that time, every employee was under the beginning of the market, and they had to put a plan together that was gonna take 3 to 4 years to get people up to the market. And so by having only 70% under now, we have taken care of some positions. And also, if it gets approved that all the employees under the minimum are taken to the minimum, it would take 1.1 million plus fringe benefits, could be approximately 1.4. But if that is possible, then they're gonna be taken to the minimum this year. We don't have to get a plan of 3 to 4 years. So that's why I say that we are in a better position than we were back in 2018. And these are just the assumptions that were used for preparing the study. The data utilized was as of February 2024. We only did base salary, and the market use was in the region, City of Yuma, City of Somerton, and then other municipalities of the state that have similar size to San Luis. And I just wanted to provide this breakdown so that a lot of us are visual, what it would take for each department to take their employees that are under the market to the minimum. This is just a breakdown by department. And then it is very important, as I said before, that we practice and promote diversity and inclusion, but I always like to add belonging. We want the employees to feel that they belong here, so they don't want to go anywhere else. And it is very critical that we ensure we have a program in place for engagement, that employees feel engaged. And part of that is some special programs that we provide in human resources. It's recognition and events that allow employees to come together with other employees and their families. And so what we have here is a short video. It's not too long, and it's about those events where employees come together and where the city can present our appreciation for their hard work and dedication.
Any questions? Great presentation. Any questions or comments for Adela? Yes?
That one slide that you showed, the 1.1 million to be at the minimum level for the departments, was that based on similar communities our size, or is that a national number that we're looking at?
The 1.1?
Yeah.
So the study brings the results of where positions need to be, and then we pull the employees and see where they're at. And so we calculate taking them to the beginning of the range that came out on the study report.
Right, and so I'm assuming that that study is using communities based on pay rates of our
Yes.
size, right? Not like comparing it to New York City, LA.
Oh,
or-
no, no,
right.
no, it's just in Arizona.
Arizona, size-wise. All right, thank you.
Anybody else? I'd like to make a comment to Human Resources and to the rest of the department heads. In my behalf, and I think I can freely speak from my council members, that sometimes we might give the wrong impression. Sometimes some of us can come harsh or too direct, or sometimes we forgot to follow the chain of command. Me, personally, after being a boss for 34 years, I had to reprogram myself to go to Jenny. And once in a while, I go directly to Jose Guzman or the city engineer because I had another life. And then I gotta reprogram myself and go and apologize to Jenny because I should not be doing this. And most of us have done that. But it doesn't come from being mean or wanting to make you guys feel bad. It comes from the way we had been operating. Just be a little bit of patient with us. We're learning. We do appreciate everything that you guys are doing. And if sometimes you feel that me or anybody here are sitting to my right and my left come off the wrong way, I can assure you that it's not coming from a bad place. It's, we need to reprogram ourselves. And I'm starting with me, and it's really hard. So, you know, and then it's a small community. We can be neighbors, we can be friends, we can relatives, and we feel free to do this. But I think that us, me, starting with me, I need to remember that there is a chain of command and we should follow it. And believe me, they're trying really hard. Anybody wants to add anything about this from the council? Because I don't want to speak on your behalf, but I know that all of you are trying really hard, and it doesn't go unnoticed. Anybody?
I can add up a little bit to that. You know, after working over 20 years for the city, most of you are the ones that we have been in this table for the last 5, 10, 15 years. Yeah, I agree with the mayor 100%. We have different personalities. We all do, so we sometimes come, I'm very straightforward and outspoken, and I ask the questions that I have to ask, which I think is part of our jobs as council members to ask questions, but there's, I don't think for many of us, there's some malicious intent to, you know, to our questions or comments. To the contrary, I've always been a big advocate for employees and city employees, and I've told this to the mayor, I think, in private, that I'm like, it's funny how things work sometimes. You know, a lot of projects or things are getting done now, but before, you know, when I used to propose them, you know, it was a no-go, but I was in a different role. I was an employee, not a policymaker, which I am now. And I understand, you know, chain of command, and I understand the mayor. Sometimes you just talk to people, or we've known each other for so many years that we approach, you know, directly. But yes, Mayor, thank you for your comments, and I agree to that.
You know, one of the things that I got used to, Councilmember Rosales, that you got a black sense of humor like my brother. You know, you do, sometimes you say things that could be annoying, and then I start laughing because I know, yes, I know that you have a black sense of humor. Now, I don't get annoyed
Sonia.
anymore. Anybody else? If not, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We now have Risk Management, Maria Sabori, Risk Manager.
Can you hear me? Good. Okay. Good morning, Mayor, members of the council, and everyone present. I am Maria Sabori from the Risk Management under Human Resources Department. The Risk Management team consists of 2 full-time members, which is Victor de la Torre, Safety Officer, and Maria Sabori, Risk Manager, and 1 part-time office assistant, Ms. Fernanda Ibarra. Our mission is to serve as a resource of health, safety, and well-being of the city employees by managing risks and reducing the frequency, severity, and associated costs, claims through conscious education, participation, and communication. Our vision is to help create a work environment in which every employee is trained and motivated to personally manage risk in their daily duties to ensure operational readiness. These are some of the projects or accomplishments for the risk management team. During the current fiscal year, we were able to fill a crucial position of the safety officer. He's been with us for 4 months now. We were also able to fill the part-time office assistant. This position had been vacant for a bit, and we were able to fill this position about 3 months ago now. With the assistance of workplace safety consultants, we conducted a safety assessment across our parks and retention areas. Around 65 areas were assessed. The completed assessment findings report was presented to our parks admin team for review and implementation. Our safety officer has begun to oversee and review the confined space programs with our public works team. This fiscal year, Yuma County, along with our division, conducted inspections at all city buildings to ensure we meet compliance requirements with the smoke-free Arizona law. We continue to conduct assessments as required. We were able to conduct a donation of 3 pallets of expired hand sanitizers, and we are currently working on processing 30 additional boxes. These were donated to a local safe house. Our safety officer is currently working along with the fire department to review and update the emergency action plan for the city of San Luis. Our team has been working closely with the municipal court team and other key departments to help us bring the court building and staff to compliance with the emergency evacuation plan. Risk management on an annual basis works closely with finance and key departments to keep the vehicle and equipment inventory accurate and up to date for annual insurance renewal coverage. Our safety officer is currently working on establishing a routine inspection program for all city buildings, equipment, and locations. Risk management is also currently working on establishing a monthly safety toolbox talks for employees. A toolbox talk is a quick informal training that focuses on a specific topic or hazard and describes methods of controlling possible risk. This quick training approach represents opportunities for discussion amongst employees and supervisors about the subject matter. We are also working currently on establishing reestablishing and implementing the safety committee, and we're currently working on guidelines. The goal of a safety committee is to help create and nurture a culture of safety. We are also currently working on establishing an annual online training plan and are also evaluating individual in-person trainings. I am also currently working on the annual insurance policy renewal process, which takes effect every July 1st. Okay. The city has been a member of the OSHA PEP program since March 2019. The contract is scheduled to end in December of 2024 and will be requesting an additional extension of 3 years, as the program has been very beneficial for the city in helping us maintain safety, compliance, and guidelines. The objective and goal of this program is to provide a safe and healthy work environment for employees through quarterly site visits and training opportunities provided by OSHA. These are some of the areas visited during this last year and current year, and the next visit is scheduled for June 4th. It states May, but we had a recent change. Then the next areas we will be visiting are Fleet Services, Fire Station, Parks Admin, and Parks Grounds Equipment. These are some of the in-person training courses that have been held throughout the current fiscal year and that have been either provided by outside vendors, OSHA, or by our safety personnel. Education and training provides managers, supervisors, and workers with knowledge and skills needed to perform their work safely and avoid creating hazards that place themselves or others at risk. Training provides awareness and understanding of workplace hazards and how to identify and report and control them. The following are incidents reported through risk during the current fiscal year. We had a total of 20 injuries reported, 10 exposures, 28 auto damages. This number includes windshield damages as well. 9 property damages, 6 notices of claim, and 2 cybersecurity claims that were carried over from last year. I would like to provide claims cost information as follows. So from the 20 injuries reported, 19 were processed under our claims at $87,000. Out of 10 exposures, we had 6 processed at $5,300. Out of 28 auto damages, 8 were processed through the insurance at $31,000, and the rest were either repaired in-house or there were no significant damages. 6 notices of claims were processed at $14,100, and 1 out of the 2 cybersecurity claims was processed at $59,000. During this last year, a dividend was received from our insurance in the total of $175,000. We just received notification this week that we will be getting another dividend for $307,000 from our insurance. So that'll come in the end of July or so. Budget request for the new fiscal year. We are requesting a reclassification from part-time office assistant to full-time admin assistant. As the city grows and the needs for expansion of safety programs increase, we are in a high need of a full-time admin assistant as opposed to a part-time person. Also, currently with a part-time position at a max of 19 hours a week, some projects may take longer to complete, or we may have to step in and cover for pending items that may need follow-up. We also find that currently with a part-time office support and it being at a minimum wage, employees look for advancement elsewhere or for a full-time opportunity. Therefore, this causes for them to only be with us temporarily. For this reason, we kindly ask for your consideration in authorizing the full-time admin assistant. And that'll be it for my presentation. If you have any questions.
Any questions, comments from council?
No?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you for your presentation, Maria. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the cybersecurity issue that you guys had?
Yes. So there was a potential data breach on suspicious emails allegedly sent from an employee email. So we had to involve we have coverage under our insurance for cybersecurity, and we had to involve other agencies to help us monitor, and this was the first time that we had this situation happen. So we had to involve it was an attorney or a specialized company that helped us send out mail communications to anyone affected.
Anybody else? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
I think the food is just getting here, but we are ahead of the program, and we're gonna go ahead and start with the presentation that was scheduled for the
Okay, next we have the city clerk's office, Sonia Cornelio, city clerk.
It will be me.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and public present. I do not have any capital improvement projects, therefore I will be providing you with a summary of my department's activity for 2023. I promise it will be short. First of all, I'd like to inform you that a total of 35 council meetings were held last year, for which we prepared notices, agendas, and minutes. Next, we received, processed, and completed 175 public records requests. Following the continuance of awareness and enforcement of records management is essential for the city, as it ensures vital records are preserved by all departments. That being said, a total of 94 boxes were sent to Iron Mountain for off-site storage. Subsequently, we are preparing for the 2024 elections that include a special election for the primary property tax, which is scheduled for May 21st, 2024. We also have a primary candidate election coming up, and that will be taking place on July 30th, 2024, as well as a general election for the Southwest Gas franchise, potentially the home rule measure, and if needed, for the election of council members, which will take place on November 5th, 2024. This is an overview of the department's budget with a request of a position for a city clerk specialist. This completes my presentation, and I want to add that the city clerk's office strives to provide service to all customers in an ethical, impartial, professional, and excelling manner. With that, I would like to thank the mayor and council and all those present for the time and attention, and I will be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Any questions, comments? I do have a comment. I really want to congratulate you and your staff for being so patient when people goes and ask all these requests, all these questions, and I haven't heard any single complaint about how professional you guys are. Thank you. You make us look good.
Thank you, Mayor.
IT is next.
Yes, we have information technology, and Fernando Corona, acting IT manager, will be doing his presentation.
The lobster is in his way, so be patient.
Good morning, council members and mayor and leadership team and members of the public that are watching us from home. We'll just go ahead and wait for the presentation to pull up, and I hope you guys are not hangry. Yeah, so I guess this is the Information Technology Department. I'm currently the acting IT manager for the city of San Luis. We do have 2 capital improvement projects. One of them is pretty much an ongoing renewal for one of our services, but I'll go through our slides and I'll explain where they're relevant, basically. So I guess part of what I would like to, provide awareness in today's presentation is just a little bit of what we do, right, and why we work a certain way. And the way that I'll do that today is by giving you guys an insight of about what's our mission and vision as well. So I'll just go ahead and read off the slide. It says, our mission is to provide exceptional end user support and maintain the infrastructure of the city of San Luis, ensuring that all city employees have the necessary tools and assistance to perform efficiently. Through proactive maintenance and responsive service, we aim to uphold the highest standards of reliability, security, and accessibility in our technology systems. And then our vision, our main objective is to serve the city of San Luis by providing reliable and secure technology solutions that ensure uninterruptible service delivery. And then what we value the most is just providing excellent customer service, because then at the end of the day, most of us here, some of the departments here deal with the general public, but our customers is actually the City of San Luis employees. So City of San Luis employees is who we serve. And we hope to serve with integrity. We conduct ourselves with honesty and transparency, maintain that trust with our colleagues and community, because we do want them to trust us in order to be able to collaborate. I mean, another value is innovation. I mean, we are a technology department, so we want to make sure that we're embracing creativity, new technologies, that we're open to new ideas, and improve city operations and enhance the services that we provide, whether it's billing and utilities, payment collections, computer aid and dispatch, or SCADA systems that are gonna improve the reliability and monitoring of critical infrastructure systems. That's what we're trying to, I guess, put in our 2 cents and be of value to the rest of the leadership teams. Following that, it's collaboration, which pretty much picks up on what I just said, is just being able to collaborate. We work closely with city departments and external partners, fostering a spirit of teamwork and cooperation. Just to explain a little bit about some of the partnerships that we have in order to be able to provide those critical services to city employees and leadership is YRCS, for instance. We deal with them on a regular basis. We have an excellent partnership with them. They're basically the Yuma Regional Communications Consortium, and they help out with the radio systems and some of the public safety systems as well. We also have partnerships with vendors because, as most of you guys mentioned today in your meetings, I mean, in the actual presentations, is that one of the struggles is staff, right? So in order for us to be able to be effective, we have to be able to foster those relationships with vendors for us to be able to outsource some of the projects that we're unable to fulfill, that the city really needs, right? So that's one. And then continuous improvement. We strive to for excellence and constantly evaluating and enhancing our processes and services and skills. We do have, we're working with HR. We've been trying to provide that, I guess, the ability for employees to improve their skills and upskill what they already know through training programs and certifications like CompTIA. I've been one of the lucky ones that have benefited from it. I mean, I started here as an IT specialist, and then after the city, I guess, provided the resources that we've, former manager and everything, I guess, kind of like requested. I mean, I was provided with the opportunity for training for cybersecurity and networking, which is, I guess, now we're seeing into fruition. And then lastly but not least is security. We prioritize security overall. We prioritize security and privacy of city data and systems, implementing robust measures to protect against threats. One of the challenges with cybersecurity is a lot of the technical measures that are implemented in order to deter cyber threats. They're often seen as an extra step that needs to be followed, and sometimes an inconvenience. But at the end of the day, I just want to remind everybody that it's not an inconvenience. It's a way to protect the information that the City of San Luis residents have actually entrusted in us. When they submit their payments, when they apply for a permit, whenever they register as a vendor, if they're providing sensitive information, we need to make sure that we do our due diligence and protect that information at all costs. Regardless if it takes us an extra step where it might just be just a push notification on our phones after we enter a password, we just have to do that due diligence in order to, even if it sounds like a little bit of a nuisance, and sometimes it can be annoying. I mean, I guess I come from a cybersecurity background, and even myself, I'm sometimes annoyed, right, by these security controls, but they are necessary. So The following slide basically I wanted to give a highlight. These are not, I know, this is basically how we break down our workload basically. So we currently have a distribution of workload where we have 3 technicians, or there are 2 technicians and we're not asking for any new positions, at least this year. I would like to plant a seat there for maybe the following year, but at least for this year, what we're gonna go ahead and do if everything goes well and gets approved, there's gonna be a reclassification of our IT help desk technician. We're gonna go ahead and reclassify him to an IT technician. And what that does is just basically motivates the employee, since he's already essentially providing the same level of support that the rest of the technicians are. We would like to basically compensate him accordingly. So basically our support staff is in charge of supporting over 280 plus employees, and as I can tell, if everything goes well, we're gonna probably, for the next fiscal year, we'll be supporting around 300 plus employees if the 21 new positions get approved. So that's gonna put a little bit of a strain with our IT support technical staff. That's why I was kind of like, I'll plant the seed there. Maybe next year we'll, because I know everybody's making compromises, and we have to be a team player as well and make those compromises this year. But hopefully in the next coming years, I guess there'll be an opportunity for that additional growth. And then on your right side, what you see is basically the positions that we have that have some sort of specialty knowledge. We have network and IT security administrator, which basically is responsible of managing those security applications like the anti-malware, the multi-factor authentication, and other applications like our email filter as well. Some of those applications, they're actually provided by one of our partnerships with the Arizona State Cyber Readiness Program, which it comes at a cost for the city because it's through a grant. So the only cost to the city is basically just a position, which is I guess my former role, which I'm currently doing those, wearing two hats right now, but it's only temporary. And then we also have our system administrator, which basically is responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of our network and our server infrastructure, basically. So server infrastructure meaning supercomputers in simple terms that basically house applications that are critical to the city in order to be effective. I know one of the buzzwords that comes around every time somebody mentions technology is being effective. So technology is there, especially with limited resources. I mean, we have to find ways to innovate and just find that efficiency. So I guess that's where the system administrator comes in and make sure that the backbone infrastructure is well supported and maintained in order for us to have that availability. But then that's where it gets tricky, right? Because if we're a lean and mean team, I guess that's where we kind of have to adjust and help out with other duties, I guess. So that's where what I'm hoping to do, I guess, to alleviate this is just help foster those partnerships that I mentioned earlier. And then we also have our IT specialist, public safety, which he's the one who is responsible for fostering the relationship with YRCS and making sure that whenever they do an infrastructure upgrade on their systems, that basically the police department is able to, the police and fire department, I don't want to forget the fire department. The police and fire department transition well, and that they're, I guess, at least in their end user side, that they're not having any major issues. So I'll go ahead and move on. This is our current team, and on the right side, you'll see Josue Cerda, he's our IT specialist, and then Albert Moreno, he's our recently acquisition, which I really thank HR for actually helping out with streamlining the process. I know they were staying up late trying to, I guess, get the ball rolling in order to get our new team member on board. And then we also have a new member coming in on Monday as well. So I thank HR for that. And then we also have our system administrator, Jonathan Dumadeg, and then myself, former network and IT security and current acting IT manager for the city of San Luis. And then we have our administrative assistant on my right of the picture. Some of the accomplishments that we've done throughout the year, seems like not much, but I mean we are kind of like the silent partner of the city of San Luis. We've upgraded the end-of-life Wi-Fi system, and then we also helped out finance through a collaboration. I mean, because finance actually put in a lot of work and effort on their end in order to get it to a level where it was actually gonna make them effective. But I guess where we kicked in is being able to provide that server right in the background and making sure that it was compatible with the solution that Tyler Technologies is currently providing us with. And then we also helped out with the deployment of network infrastructure in 4 new buildings, which is our police substation, our fire station number 2, and our new fleet shop. And not to mention, we also helped out with the renovation of the Fernando Padilla, at least in regards to the network infrastructure, right? I mean, in regards to installing like the wiring and all that, and the actual network switches that provide that network backbone in order for us to be able to connect. And then right now, we currently have some ongoing projects that will be completed within this fiscal year, which is the upgrade of our server infrastructure. It was recently approved on one of the recent meetings that you guys had. So I thank you, council, for that. Thank you for helping us move that through, because those servers are actually pretty much the heart of the organization in order for us to keep that connectivity online. We've also added 2 video feeds displaying the outbound traffic to Mexico. So that's been a good addition to the community. But again, if we don't maintain our network and server infrastructure, then the reliability and stability of those additional services that we're adding, they're not going to be effective. So some of the objectives that I have for the IT support team, which is our IT technicians, is basically help improve with the first call resolution rate and enhance the efficiency of the IT support team by aiming to resolve higher percentage of issues during the initial contact with users, reducing the need for escalations or improving user satisfaction. So the way that we would do that is maybe by implementing new technologies, where we can remotely support the end user instead of driving to every location, which is very time consuming. I guess one of the objectives is find those gaps where I guess we can be more efficient and help out and just tackle the situation as soon as it's reported instead of having it wait for several days. Then we also want to reduce the average resolution time. Well, it pretty much goes the same. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing as what I just said. And then in regards to the infrastructure, we want to make sure one of the capital projects that we have is the replacement of network infrastructure. So that's one of our goals, upgrade the network infrastructure to help ensure the service availability and mitigate vulnerabilities. Because one of the main reasons why we replace a printer, or why we replace a computer, or why we replace different endpoints in our endpoint fleet, right? It's not because it's old and it's starting to, for instance, a printer, it's starting to print ugly or whatever. It's not only that, it's the fact that those products are reaching end of life, meaning that they're no longer going to be supported and therefore providing security updates to those products, and we have to replace them in order to stay up to date and keep them patched for those vulnerabilities that are coming out every single day. And then we also aim to consolidate services and infrastructure to help reduce cost and to minimize attack surface. So basically, try to identify those areas, right, where we have redundancy. Maybe we have 10 printers in one single location where it's not really necessary. So that's kind of like some of the areas, because if you look at it, you can just Google it, breaches through printers. A lot of breaches that have occurred in the past, they've all occurred by those set and forgotten devices that are just left there unpatched for those vulnerabilities. So, but not just printers. I mean, it's other equipment that we're trying to identify those redundancies and just streamline it and simplify so that we can be more effective. And then continuing promoting cybersecurity awareness through end user training, which I thank Councilmember Cabrera for attending our last training, which I hope he found some useful information within that presentation. Because I don't know if you guys noticed, but in the previous presentation there was a claim, right, for cybersecurity, and it was total cost of $59K. So we have to make sure that, like I said earlier, that we do our due diligence and that we're promoting cybersecurity awareness, that we're taking a breather. Whenever we get those emails, we read them carefully, and before we even click on it, that we're actually verifying that it's actually legitimate or relevant. I mean, were we even expecting that email, right? That's one of the main red flags. If you guys weren't expecting an email, then you probably shouldn't even clicked on the link. Maybe just pick up the phone and give them a call, like the old days. Just give them a call, verify, hey, were you actually trying to send me this email? I have an attachment that kind of looks a little bit suspicious. Can you just verify with me? And then the other one is, I would like to partner with every department and identify those areas where technology can be streamlined and improve processes and efficiencies. I know with the challenges with staffing that we currently have, it might be challenging, but that's where I'm taking the opportunity, since I'm at the stage right now, to let you guys know that we need to start finding champions within your departments, right? Finding those champions, because at the end of the day, you guys already have those champions. You guys already have within HR, you guys have somebody that's implementing NeoGov solutions, right, to streamline requisitions. We have fire department, right, with Captain Morris and other staff members, Marco. They're all helping out in regards to those. In regards to the police department, I mean, Lieutenant Guevara has been phenomenal since I started here in regards to championing for the technology improvements that he deems necessary. So that's where, to help us help you, that's where we'll need the collaboration. The only thing is just bring us in the loop early so that we can provide our feedback and insight. I mean, and thank you. That's my presentation. I don't know if you guys have any questions or concerns.
Questions, comments? If not, great.
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
I have a question. Fernando, do the city, all the buildings has, we're talking about safety, do all the buildings has cameras?
We do have cameras in strategic areas, especially with indoor entrances. The only thing is there are some of the buildings that we're still working on retrofitting, and therefore, in order for us to be able to install those cameras, we would have to provide the necessary wiring and stuff like that, which we hope to slowly but I guess perseveringly move towards that direction where we have that infrastructure in place.
And I think I insist on that because it's good for a community. I'm talking about one of our buildings where I work. They stolen the refrigerator. Imagine, and they were putting cameras after that. But it is good that every building has camera to see anything that can happen.
Definitely.
Yes. Anybody else? If not, yes.
With the video recording and everything, quick question: Do we have enough storage to comply? And that might be a Sonia question, but to comply with the Arizona Records Retention Law?
For the 30-day requirement, yes.
We do.
The only thing is, one of the things that this year we're prioritizing the main infrastructure that keeps us online, but maybe next year, that's pretty much one of the next priorities that will probably take precedence is redesigning our system so that it's able to scale up to the requirements that the buildings that we're retrofitting. So it's definitely going to be a concern. Like, I mean, we have enough for what we currently have. It's just a matter of, I mean, if we are going to start adding those additional cameras in older buildings, we do have to budget for that and come up with a solution and re-engineer the whole system, basically. And another thing that I would like to, once we're done with the projects that we currently have ongoing, what I would like to advocate for is getting licensing and support for those systems, because even if the licensing and support might be expensive, it does definitely help out, especially with here at the City of San Luis, we're pretty much, how do you say it, jacks of all trades, basically. So IT has a variety of branches, and we pretty much have to learn a little bit of everything in order to be able to support those systems. So it's very helpful when we have, let's say, a new video solution or some other technology that we're working with. It's very helpful to have that partnership and have that licensing subscription where we can pick up the phone, and if it's something that falls outside of our scope of expertise, that we can just ask them and they'll help us and walk us through the process. Because like I said earlier, we're tackling all these different sorts of technology products that it's very hard to keep up in regards to the skill sets that are required and like designing and architecting these complex systems. So.
Okay. And they do take cybersecurity very serious. I try to access my email from Puerto Vallarta and I call and they almost wanted an act of Congress for me to get me online. They thought I was hacking the city. So, but yeah, thank you for all you do. Great presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? If not, thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you.
We now have Billing and Collections, Edgar Esparza, Billing and Collections Manager.
Before he starts, it got better. Miss Olivia just informed me that it's steak and lobster, so be patient.
So, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, staff present, and people watching online and present as well. My name is Edgar Esparza. I'm the Billing and Collections Manager. So I will go ahead and give you a little overview of my department. So the purpose statement of the Billing and Collections Department is dedicated to provide exceptional and professional customer service to all the residents and visitors of the city of San Luis. We are dedicated to the highest quality of customer service by delivering timely service, providing accurate information, and providing solutions to customer concerns. So next, we have our organizational chart. We are currently fully staffed. This fiscal year, thank you for council for approving an additional meter reader position. So we have 1 meter reader, 3 meter reader technicians, 3 customer service reps, 2 accounting specialists, 1 admin coordinator, and a business license coordinator as well. So next, we're gonna move to our department accomplishments. So this year, we implemented our call and text notification with the ability for text to be a 2-way communication. The notices that we send out are disconnection notifications, return payments, auto-pay expiring credit cards, and we also went ahead and created a 48-hour water disconnection notification. This notification is the only one that it's done via call and text as well. And here in the picture on the right, you can see one of the samples of the text that we send out. As you can see, it comes from it shows the office phone number, and people can reply back to it. And that way we can reply to them as well. So that way people can not only reach our city by coming in person, calling us, but they can also reach us by text as well. So with the implementation of the text and call notifications, we have reduced our disconnections about 50%. So as you can see on the graph, on the blue line is the last fiscal year disconnections, and on the orange, it's this fiscal year disconnection. So we first implemented the text and call notifications on August. So August of 2022, we had 104 disconnections, and this last August, we only have 55. The only reason why we see an increase on November and December is because we don't do actual physical disconnections. We do deliver the fees and the notices, but we do not do any disconnections. So that's why they're more higher than the rest of the months as well. This year, we also completed our senior discount audit. When we started the audit, we had 1,874 accounts, And out of those accounts, we identified 127 that were not qualified for the senior discount. So the way we did our audit, we went ahead and sent a letter to all those accounts with the senior rates. We gave them 45 days to reply back. And if they didn't reply back, we went ahead and sent a blue notice or a letter to their property and gave them 2 more weeks. And after those 2 weeks, they didn't reply back, we went ahead and gave them a call. We did not want to remove any senior discounts before making any contact with the account holder. Fortunately, most of the accounts that were not qualified for the discount were people that passed away, and the sons took over the properties and were using or taking benefit of that, or advantage of that benefit. We even had one customer that we were able to know on the Yuma County Assessor's page that his dad had passed away in 2016. And he came to the office and he requested to have a form because he was going to take it to his dad for signature. But we already knew that the parent has already passed away. So that's what many of the circumstances that we had when we removed the senior discounts. So just to show you the difference that those 127 accounts made, so there is the garbage regular rate is 23.42, and the senior rate is $10.28. For sewer, it's 50.62, and for senior rate, it's 25.60. So that adds to a total of 38.16 If we multiply it in a yearly, that comes out to 58,155.80 that were people taking advantage of that benefit. So. Also, we went ahead and updated our contracts for better customer service to make them look more clear, more clean, and make it more easy for our customers. We did the same for our business license renewal notices. Again, we implemented the text for this type of notifications as well. And finally, we created a taxable vehicle permit. We came to find out that many transportation companies were using vehicles that were not registered to the business license. So with this vehicle permit, every transportation company must have a vehicle permit for the vehicle they're using. If PDD stops a vehicle that does not have this vehicle permit, they are going to cite it as they're not in compliance with the regulations of the business license. So moving forward for next fiscal year, here are the objectives. It's continue providing the highest quality customer service to our residents. Update our website for billing and collections and business license, so the customers have access to the most updated forms that we currently use. And also, we want to implement an option for our customers to be able to pay their utility contract and new business license online. As of now, we do not have that option. The only option that we have available is for business to renew their license online, but that's about it. Also, moving with business license, we will review all active business licenses and reclassify them accordingly. For example, we currently have accounting services under retail, and they should be under professional. We have restaurants that are under retail, they need to be under restaurants. That will not change their fees, but it will just change the classification of the type of business. And also, we want to get with legal department and development services for us to be able to approve the out-of-town business licenses and especially event licenses. And this is to expedite the process and provide better customer service. So that way, instead of taking the application to development services for approval, we can go ahead and do that in our department as we do with the yard sales. And also to conclude with the business license, we would like to create a specific application for each type of the business that we have. We currently only have one business license application, which is very generic, so we wanted to make it more specific. Next, we're going to go over to our yearly statistics. So this information is all the way up to March. So we have completed 5,384 work orders this year. We have installed 303 meters. We have set up 631 new utility accounts. And for collections, we currently have 245 accounts for a total of $30,113.29 in collections. And we have collected 57 accounts for a total of $9,092.99. For our business license renewal, this year we have collected $96,992.50. We have renewed 812 licenses. We have issued 139 new licenses and 347 yard sale permits. Now moving over to a capital improvement project. So we have the water meter replacement program and the AMI implementation, which I want to thank council for supporting this project and approving it at this last council meeting. So we will be upgrading our reading system from an AMR, which is the drive-by system, to an AMI, which will be the implementation of 2 base stations throughout the city that will allow staff to remotely collect the reads. We will be replacing nearly 5,000 meters. We will be replacing 4,520 antennas. And we will be able, with this new system, receive alerts for leaks, for meter tampering, and encourage an efficient water use. So basically, this system will allow us to be more proactive instead of reactive. And that concludes my presentation. I don't know if you have any questions.
Questions, comments from council? Good job. I mean, we're going places. I congratulate you on the new forms for new businesses and put them in the right,
Category.
column. Because it was confusing the other way.
Yes.
So it's progress. And then that thing that you did about the people that were taking advantage on the
Senior discount.
rates, that's really good. Every year you guys should keep doing it.
Okay.
That's really good. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I also want to congratulate you on the text and billing, text call notification. I think that's good. I mean, 50% disconnection decrease. That's great. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Esparza, who's in charge of the audits? Is it done internally?
For the senior discount?
Yeah.
It was done internally. So we were the ones that did all the work and did the audits as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Anybody else? If not, we're gonna break for lunch, and no steak and lobster, but there is food. Thank you.
Torres.
Ay, qué James. Que a qué hora que es. Que me haga rico.
All right, everybody got their lunch? No. All right, if the Teyaki gets here, I don't mind if you guys get up and just quietly. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, staff, and the public. This morning and yesterday afternoon, you heard about the proposed budget for FY24, 2025. This is a different budget. I think Rola, our acting finance director, talked about the expenditure limitation that is set by the state. And I want to kind of walk you and summarize, what we're doing this fiscal year that is different from previous years. Our state expenditure limitation set by the state is at 60 million. So out of that 60 million, 30 million is actually for salaries for employees. Another 15 million is for water and wastewater. That includes capital projects and operation. It only leaves 15 million for the rest of the departments. Hence the reason why there was a lot of major cuts in your capital projects and the request for new employees. Now, if you open up the books for some of the council that might have it handy, you'll be able to see it on page 169, 170. You'll be able to see the department request for FY 2025. When we talked about reallocated to FY 2024, what we did is we took a look at the request and we knew that we were not going to be able to fund a lot of the projects. So what we asked council is to reallocate some of those capital projects to this fiscal year, so it alleviated some of the requests for next year. So you'll be able to see this item was presented to council and approved, and a lot of those capital projects are underway or have been completed. Now, a lot of those requests, what we did, we moved them to 2026. So that's your second column. We had some reductions or additions of projects after the budget meetings. You'll be able to see that list there. And then the proposed continuation, the column after that, is pretty much what we're funding this year. I could tell you that about 70% of the projects were actually cut. In the positions, you'll be able to see them on page 28. You'll be able to see the positions that were requested and the positions that will be proposed. You'll be able to see that a lot of those positions were cut. We were just talking about that when our chief of police was talking about all the requests that for positions. In page 29, you'll be able to see the reclassifications. That you still have a lot of that says to be determined, because HR is still working on doing not the study, but the review of that position and what is going to be impacted in what hourly rate, what class, and what will be the proposed of the cost to the city. Now, I want to thank the department heads. They were very professional. They all talked about collaboration. When we started our meetings, my direction to them was, I will not touch the reclassifications, because that's employee recruitment, employee retention. I will not cut operations, because there were actually a lot of the departments, their operations requests were pretty conservative. I said, our next step would be not to cut positions. And our primary goal was, if we needed to cut, we needed to cut capital projects. And that's why 70% of those capital projects were not approved. And that's why 50% of the new requests for positions were not approved. We did not touch the reclassification, but if you see that to be determined, we still need to find some additional funding, because we still know that there's going to be additional funding in those reclassifications. So when we took a look at your capital projects and you take a look at what's being pushed for next year, when I took a look at that, I saw that Parks is going to be asking for 2.5 million, Economic Development 6.6 million, Facilities $1 million, PD 6.4 million, that includes their station, Fire 2.3 million, that includes also part of their second phase of their station, 11 million in streets, 1.6 million in water, and 22 million in wastewater. What does that tell us? Is that we're just pushing the request for next year. Now, the state regulation puts a cap, right? They say you can't go over 60 million. So what we have explored is alternative options. What can we do? What can we do to try to alleviate that? There's two different options that the state authorizes a municipality. One is they give you the authority, or not they, I said the voters. This item would have to go to the voters, and the voters authorizes the municipality either as a 1 year, alternative option to be able to create your own budget and your limitations based on your current needs. The second option is to do for 4 years. Again, it goes to the voters. Now the 4 years, they just don't say, you have this money, use it. No, you have to do an analysis. You have to project what your current needs are, what your projections of future needs are. So you still have to be conservative. So a lot of the major projects that Public Works has, they're not luxuries. They're necessities. You want to be able to flush your toilet? You want to be able to have water when you open your faucet? Those are the necessities. Now, the staff was very supportive because they understood that it was not a luxury, that it was a need. And so when they made their presentations, and you could tell how fast we moved through the presentations, because they didn't put everything that they actually wanted. They focused on what was only going to be recommended. So what that means is that, we have to really take a look at the next 4 years of how we're going to be able to fund all these projects. Now, Public Works projects, there were projects that were being continued. We started it this year. We couldn't say, you know what, Eulogio, no. That project's not gonna move forward. Those projects were already under construction, under design. We couldn't stop. We had to complete them this year. But it doesn't stop there, right? The chief has a $4 million, police station. Wastewater has a $30 million wastewater treatment plant expansion, because our wastewater treatment plant is at 95% capacity. Streets, it's 11 million. Yet from Rola's presentation, you notice that HERF revenues are down. Possibly because you have electric vehicles, and those electric vehicles are still using our roads, but they're not putting gas. So our gas tax is lower. You saw that income tax as well, 2.3 million. That's gonna affect us. Now, there's another situation that's been happening at the state legislature. Twice, the state, or at least some legislators, have proposed cutting the food tax. You know that 4% sales tax when you go to the grocery store? There's a portion that is for food, right? Your groceries that you're buying. Twice have they brought it up to the state to try to cut it, because the bigger communities, they see that if they can relieve some of that burden on the taxes to the community members, they'll be able to spend more and thereby create more revenue. But it doesn't happen to us, the smaller rural communities. And we've been fighting, but this is twice that they have brought it up. So in my presentation to the council a couple of months ago, I talked about financial stability. You know, we started looking at preparing, right? Because we know that, you know, we're not poor, but we're not rich. So we gotta be conservative in what we have and what we can spend. So we started looking our fees. We talked about the building permit fees. We talked about we're having parks evaluate their fees, our business incubator, you know, our impact fees, we're looking at all those fees because there has to be more revenue coming into the city if we're going to be able to meet the needs that the community is requesting. We've been at those community forums. They want better streets. They want more police officers. They want more lighting in the parks. They want more playgrounds. But we're not getting that. We're not getting that support. And so we have to, internally through our operations, we have to figure out how to make it more sustainable. Now, we got in a little pushback because we're not as supportive to the community, at least that's what we heard. PD is not able to support when people want to do parades. Well, if he only has 4 officers working, he has to call on other officers to come in and be able to take care of that parade. And that's costing the city. So we're saying, community, if you want to do a parade, hire your traffic enforcement. For those people that have come and say, we want to do another event, that's great. But what was happening is the city was taking on all the costs for those events. And so what we're saying is, no, community, you want to do an event, you got to fundraise. You got to do it on your own. Because we have to take a look at how we can cut some of the costs. We're trying to be more efficient. I could tell you in this room, Eulogio's doing not just the public works director, he's reviewing plan as an engineer. Fernando, he joked, he said, I hope this is temporarily. We had 3 of his staff leave for better pay. So what was he doing? He stepped up. And he was doing all those 3 positions in addition to the acting. Rola, she's still doing the acting and her position as a manager. And I can go on to the rest of the room of how other people are doing more than they're required. Councilmember De La Hoya, you talked about that administrative position. There's a lot of employees that are doing more than just what is stated in their job description. We're trying to adjust and reclassify a lot of those positions where we can. We're trying to hire new personnel as much as we can, and we're still trying to be competitive because City of Yuma and Yuma County did their own salary study. And they're gonna raise those salaries, and guess what? We're gonna be trying to catch up again to those communities. And so, financial stability is definitely needed. Just because you have a little bit of money saved up, that doesn't mean that it's gonna take you to the next couple of years if there's no additional revenue coming into the city. Now, the home rule, what I'm proposing to the council is that you support the home rule. This has to move pretty fast if we're gonna have an impact. So in June, we're gonna be proposing to the council to put this home rule proposition in the November election. We're gonna move pretty fast, similar as what we did with the property tax. We'll do a pamphlet, we'll educate our community. Again, it's just asking the community to give us authorization to do our own, to put our own limitations based on our current needs. Because those capital projects, we're not done yet with this year. They're gonna be happening 2 or 3 years. And as long as those capital projects are part of our budget, it restricts from us trying to fund other capital projects for other departments or to hire more personnel. So if that's gonna be my #1 request to the council is to support us. There's a lot of communities that are already in the home rule because a lot of the capital projects, just like wastewater, the costs are, because of inflation, is 30% more on construction. Our water tank was estimated to be $3 million. It came in at $4 million. That's another $1 million that we took away from all the rest of those departments. So we have to be conscious of that. My little slide here says discipline, planning, and budgeting. Achieving long-term goals, manage debt effectively, mitigating economic risk, and ensuring economic growth. This is part of the home rule, but it also goes into planning. You know, I have my vision for the community. I know that most of you also have maybe a similar vision or a different vision. We have our comprehensive master plan, our general plan that is guiding us, but we never done a strategic plan. We've done one for economic development, but we never done a 5-year strategic plan. City of Yuma and Yuma County has those plans. For example, City of Yuma, they want to be more safe and prosperous. Well, they're widening Highway 95. They're updating their zoning regulations. They want to be active and appealing community. Well, they're focusing on parks and the riverfront development. Yuma County wants to have effective governance. They are enhancing their participation in emergency operations. They want to have operational excellence. They want to be response time to customer service. And they want to value their employees. Keep healthcare costs down. So those are some of the goals. And there's measurements, you know, in that strategic plan that we're going to be able to tell the community, this is our goal, this is our task, and this is how we can measure and be able to say, yes, community, we are successful. We're increasing our customer service. We're enhancing our customer service. In addition to that is the capital projects. We started a capital projects program a couple of years ago, but it never got adopted by council. And what the capital project does is really, you know, takes a look at the community needs and it breaks them down into the different years. Because we know that, you know, maybe a road project, we need to start by, you know, it becomes a priority, community says it's a priority, and then what we take a look at is, okay, so do we need to do a design? We do the design. Well, we need right-of-way acquisition. Well, the 3rd year is the right-of-way acquisition. And then we gotta find the funding. Maybe we go for some grant funding. So it takes several years to complete some of those projects, but I think we need the commitment from the council so that way we're not all over the place. You know, at the middle of the year, somebody might say, hey, you know, there's this road project. It'll be great if we can connect County 25th to Avenue B. Well, yes, that's great, but if it's not within our capital projects, we want to be able to say, this is what we're going to do next year. And if council or the community comes and convinces council that we need to make a change, then by the way, you're gonna have to cut this project to bring in this other project. That's not the best way to do it. It could happen because we know there's different needs, but the capital project is really to give us a sense of where we're going, is gonna help finance really allocate the funding that is needed and for us to be able to prioritize. Now, our council contributions. I never do this. I think administration has not done a presentation during budget retreats, and we have not talked about the council's budget. But as you're seeing, we cut a lot of the capital projects. We cut a lot of positions, and my recommendation is for council to do the same. Now, I'm recommending what you see in the chart, really focusing on keeping YCAT, that is necessary, Amberley, you know, the food bank. I feel bad for the other organizations because I know they do great work, and they may also need the funding. But I think it's us first, right? It's, you know, what is needed. That savings, when we talk about the salary study, and Adela said we need 1.4 million, we only have 800 in the budget. What does that mean? That if you do approve that salary plan, we're not gonna be able to start it and implement it till January of next year. Unless we can find some other funding to be able, you know, to add and start it right on the fiscal year. Yes, ma'am. No, it's not in there. It's not. That was just part of my presentation that I included. You know. So there's a process, and Olivia can talk a little bit about it. But before I let her talk, I want the council and the community to understand that, you know, we have to figure out a way how to continue to provide the services that they need, but they also need to help us. Cesar Chavez Boulevard is another huge project that I want to bring up. We started, and I say we because I know Logio mentioned that he started even much sooner than I did, but we started working on that project 10 years ago. And it's been years in trying to get right-of-way acquisition. We had to get state, federal, and private. The city has contributed about $4.2 million already for the right-of-way acquisition, for improvements. That has been our commitment. We actually did get federal funding, about 2.4, when they started the design and the NEPA, the 30% design. So that's another $6.6 million into that project. Now, the city has been very successful with the support of council and our regional partners that we were able to get additional funding for this project. We got 1.2 million from appropriations from Senator Kelly in Cinema. We got 2.4 million from the state Smart Fund program, ADOT. We got 33 million from the state legislature, and then just recently $25 million from the federal government. 62 million, we're ready to go. ADOT is administering our project, and we have to follow a lot of the federal regulations. One of the commitments that we had was that we were gonna do utility relocation for that project. We didn't expect to get 25 million so quick, but we got it. But what does that mean? That we gotta find $1.2 million in this fiscal year and part of it next year to do the utility relocation, water, sewer. There was additional right-of-way that we're gonna need because we're gonna have 2 left turn lanes on Cesar Chavez Boulevard going south on Highway 95. We need additional right-of-way. In addition to that, the state informed us about 3 weeks ago that the $25 million, we need to provide the match. That's $3.2 million that we don't have. So after I fainted and came back and figured out what we were gonna do, we had allocated ARPA money that has to be committed by December that is focused on the wastewater treatment plant. We said, can we use our ARPA funding? Because it's federal funding, we don't know if the federal government is gonna allow that. My plan B is the $33 million that the state gave us, see if we can use part of that funding. We don't know. They're still evaluating. My third option, which is what I don't wanna do, is pay $1.5 million this fiscal year, figure out how to get that funding, and then pay $1.5 million for next fiscal year's budget. That 1.5 is not in the next year's budget. So, you know, some people have said, I don't want roads. Well, the majority of the people use that road. All our residents use that road. And we need to expand it. We continue to have traffic problems, and we need to expand it. We cannot wait another 10 years. But that is funding that is great. We have projects, but we had projects that we hadn't expected. We hadn't done our water and the sewer for the last 20 years. It took us 10 years for Cesar Chavez Boulevard. So I know I sound a little negative here, but that is just the reality. Those are the facts. And so I hope that the community listens and that the community supports us and understands some of the changes that are happening and supports us in really trying to help us obtain more revenue to be able to provide the services that they need and that they're requesting. And thank you again to the staff for being a team player and understanding that you couldn't get all the projects that you needed, you couldn't get all the staff that you needed, but you understood that there was a priority. So with that, I'm gonna pass it on a little bit to Olivia to tell you about the council contributions. She has come up with a plan. Again, is a decision that council's gonna have to make. I know you guys get a lot of pressure for this funding. If you wanted to keep the requests as they are, you know, there's, Olivia's gonna talk to you about a process that we should follow. Because sometimes the same people end up getting the same money. And so, I'm selfish. I'd rather you save that money and you give it to the employees. But that's your decision. So, Oli?
Well, Jenny, thank you so much. When it comes from you, hopefully people will listen, okay? Because you're not political, you're not a political figure. You're telling everybody what we had known for the longest time, and we had tried to tell people. And hopefully the people that are listening, they take conscience and they act properly. Because I will go to Plan B. They want to cut services, we will give it to them. Okay, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem that instead of giving them, go and pick up your garbage twice a week, it's gonna be 1 week. And they get angry when we don't clean the streets right away. Well, guess what? We can do it once every other month. Because there's ways that you saved. Before we sacrifice our city employees, because some of them are doing 2 or 3 jobs at the same time and being underpaid, maybe they need to feel what we are going through. And this is for the community. If they're listening to me, there will be consequences, okay? So when they start complaining, they are aware of what's going on, because you cannot be more clear than this. I thank you, because people need to hear the truth. And yeah, you sound negative, but it's the truth. And people need to listen to the truth. And they will pay consequences. And I can promise you that. Because in the real world, the first thing that happens, you cut personnel. And then when you cut personnel, you cut services. For warning. Thank you.
Any other questions before I turn it over to Oli? And
Oh,
I'll
yes.
come back. Go ahead.
The home rule, I understand it, and I think, you know, most of the communities in Arizona have gone to that route. I think there's only 9 or 8 of them left, and we're
Yeah.
one of them.
Yeah, we're
not on the home
90%
rule.
of them.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just the information getting to the voters so they understand that. Going back to, and I didn't bring this up when the departments brought up their request, but going to your staffing, the proposed staffing and new positions, I would seriously reconsider and see how we could find the funding, especially with the growth that we're seeing in our community. We do need that building plans examiner for building safety. They need the support. I don't know if you got the memo or the notice, but that meeting that we had a few weeks ago on the east side of town with the Lou people, that's going to move forward. So as the city grows and they start developing out there, building and planning is going to need that plan reviewer. So I know we're tight on the budget, but maybe we can move something around to try to get at least that position filled, because that's the biggest. I think all departments are important, obviously, but for infrastructure and for economic development, that's one of the more ones that we need for our community too. So hopefully, that's one thing I'm going to ask in regards to everything that's been proposed here that I think we need to relook at.
Yeah, we'll take that into consideration, just like we did. I think Councilmember Cruz talked about, you know, having more personnel for police department. Again, you know, if we move that, I gotta cut somebody else's position. You know, so it's difficult, but we'll take that into consideration.
I think one of the pressing ones is the $3 million that we have to come out, because if we do not come out with that money, we're gonna lose 60 million people. And all the people that had put hundreds of hours into this project is going to be for free. So I think that Jenny, we need to find ways, and I know that you have plan A, B, and C, and whatever you need to cut that is not gonna hurt a department too bad. Me as a mayor, you got my blessing. We gotta be very pragmatic in here.
Any other questions from council? I'm sorry, Michelle, go ahead. Michelle from PD asked if there was a way that we can raise the expenditure limitation cap. The only way to raise it is by taking it to the voters and the voter approving it. That's the only way.
And for the record, I have been advocating for that for years, that we should, you know, go through the home rule rather than having the state impose limitations to, you know, have our own, and we would only spend, of course, what income we have, but yeah, I don't see why council would not support that measure, but we just have to educate the voters of what it is, and I won't talk about the other one because I can't, but thank you.
Yeah.
And for the record, I'm not gonna take this one by myself, and I'm not gonna be the front one. I'm beginning to get real tired of all the attacks being focused at me. So I expect the council and city employees, because it needs to be done, but it needs to be done, and we need help from everybody. This one is a must, like Tadeo just mentioned. It needs to be done, but I promise you one thing, I'm not gonna be the front face anymore. It's not fair.
Fair enough.
Warning too.
Fair enough. Any other questions from staff or council for me at this point? Oli will make a quick presentation, and then I'll come back if any other questions.
Thank
if
you,
there's other
Jenny.
questions.
I just want to make a comment. That was good, very firm. I love it. Chop, chop, chop. That's the only way we're gonna get through this with all the cuts of state, you know, and it's good. Sometimes we do have to sacrifice, and everybody did say their sacrifices. That's good. That's a team player, and we're gonna support you guys as much, and you're doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
I agree.
Next, we have City Administration, Olivia Jenkins. operations coordinator.
No, wait. Can you go back and leave that one? Because my presentation is based on that one also, as well. Good afternoon, everybody. Olivia Jenkins, Operations Coordinator for City Administration. I'm happy to be back. I left, I'm back. I can see a lot of my ex-co-workers, and they're still hard at work. I'm very proud of all of you guys. Keep up the good work. I'm happy to see new faces, young faces that are gonna come in. I'm a baby boomer, so I shall be going on my retirement again soon, so I hope that you guys keep working strong and together. And that's one of the things that kept being mentioned through other presentations, and I think that's an excellent theme to go by, but not just by word. We need to act on it, be a team and support each other, regardless whether in public works, you're in HR, or you're PD, fire, we need to support each other. So as part of that support, I'm gonna talk about a situation that I encountered when I came into administration. And I'm gonna confess, that's an area I never wanted to be in. But I'm there and I'm making the best of it, and I'm trying to help my team now in administration. One of the things that I found out is this convoluted thing about council contributions, which I was able to break into 3 categories. So you have the council contributions, which are for requests that are made from our community, different entities that come in and request funds or sponsorships for their events, which I can say when I came in last year, the budget for this specific type of council contribution was at $717,000. Last year, we were able to bring it down, and as far as I know, we've only spent so far $553,000, and I believe we are down to the last $2,000 in that account. Because of the last request we had, which was not budgeted for, was the Gadsden School request that we received. So as you can see, we've been going down. This year, the recommendation that has been made by administration is 473, more than half cut back on that, and that's part of our teamwork as you guys, as council and as departments. We're strongly suggesting that we stay and support only those organizations that actually bring in, those services into our community. The other ones do bring some services and some, contribution to our community, but again, prioritizing what really needs to be supported and the ones that we can cut back on. I second Ms. Jenny's motion to consider what she presented on council contribution cutbacks. So with that, I'll go to my next step, which is gonna explain to you a little bit. We did some research along with parks and some of the other departments that are involved with the other type of requests that we receive from our community members for a lot of in-kind support. They come in and make a request for funding, and they also had been expecting the city to come in and support in-kind services, labor, be it equipment, be it, from, traffic control to police officers. And when Mr. Cisneros was assigned to Parks, he made he compiled all the information that we needed and added costs to one program. And the investment that the city has was making, really the funding was irrelevant to the in-kind contribution that we were making and the sacrifices that our departments and our employees were making to fulfill those requests. This year, and as of last year, I've been tasked with being the bad one in administration and having to say no to some of those requests. And I know some of the council members have already been approached, and acting city manager as well. When I have declined certain services that they were, most of our entities or third event coordinators were accustomed to. One of them was traffic control, the barricading that comes from Public Works, traffic control from the police department, other amenities from Parks and Recreation, and you name it, down the road to Ms. Kay having sometimes to write a contract for every specific request to make it unique to that program or that request. Ms. Sonia, can you pull up my presentation? So along with that, we went and did some research, and I boiled it down to the city of Tolleson and city of Avondale. They have a system where all the requests comes in through city administration, and there's an online application. Obviously, they do use paper application as well for those that are not savvy with, or like me, they're baby boomers, and it scares us to use technology. But mostly it's handled through an online application, and they have a period where those entities can make a request to the city for their program and for the assistance they're looking for, mostly funding. In those cities and the other ones that I researched, for example, City of Yuma, they don't provide any traffic control if it's a third-party event. That has to be contracted out, which is something that I've been trying to get our community to understand, that if they need barricading, they need security, they need traffic control, then they have to hire those services from local providers. And it hasn't gone well, obviously, because they've been used to us providing all those services. But as you can see, and you have heard through all the presentations, we can't continue to do that anymore. Almost every department is low on resources, human resources, not to mention the long hours that have to be worked to cover an event that is not a city event for other entities. So I'm kind of giving you just a brief presentation on what I'm going to follow through and bring it to you for approval, if that's how you want to move forward with it. So Contribution Assistance Program. So going back to what Ms. Jenny said, we want to have a process that is it's the same for everybody. So this provides the same criteria and requirements for everybody. There's a review process and a timeline for submittal. If anybody from the community is interested in making a request to City Council, there's going to be a time frame when an open enrollment, basically, time period for that to be, and that would have to be before we start working on our budget, so that way we would have an idea as to how many applications and what the dollar amount of that request is. And we would create a review subcommittee that would review those applications, make sure that the applications comply with all the requirements, and that they fall within the criteria the city has and will implement before it goes to council for approval. So this process would be all before our budget process, so that way we would know what dollar amount to put in for those type of programs. So, and this would definitely improve the process and the opportunity, because currently, it's a headache. People have been used to going through the different departments, by one, and telling them a different story as to what type of service they needed, and and then saying, oh, well, I already went to the fire department. The fire department said it was okay. Oh, I already went to the police department. They say they could help. And it's like, no. We are a group, we're a team, and we're not gonna step over anybody else. And so we wanna streamline the process. So the City of San Luis has used two different methods to award funding to our community entities who come in and request. It's either been by individual contract, which takes a lot of time from our city attorney to write up contracts every time, and then the reporting back to make sure that they're complying what was stipulated in the contract. And the other ones are the civic contribution requests, which are normally handled at the administration, and therefore I think the maximum amount is $500, and the minimum amount has been $250. And that also is being revamped because we've received requests for things that I'm tired of listening to Ms. Kay tell me, Ms. Olivia, that does not fall under the, Arizona gift clause. So that, I guess, was not something that was relevant before, but now we're really cracking down on it. If it doesn't, if it fails to comply with the gift clause, that's something that it's definitely not going to be even followed through. So the first one that reviews that to make sure that we're within the guideline, the state's gift clause, is Ms. Kay. If Ms. Kay says it's good to go and we're not violating, state law, then it goes to Ms. Jenny. Jenny reviews it. If she has any questions, she'll ask about the application and the process. And it finally goes to finance for review and funding. So again, trying to be consistent and efficient. The individual contract is time-consuming for the legal department. The guides and rules differ for each applicant. Under the civic contribution request, it's time-consuming as well, and the form is outdated, which we're working to update. Guidelines are misleading and do not comply with nonprofit status and violation of the gift clause. And finally, we want to adopt a uniform process. One application for all requests, same guidelines for all applicants, and that to ensure that those applicants know that they have to comply with the nonprofit 501c3 and the gift clause. And by doing this, we want to engage with our community. And like I said, using the City of Avondale Intelligence process, the research has enlightened me a lot, and I've been pulling Ms. Kay in, and Parks, and PD, and Public Works, and a lot of this process, because they have all been involved and are going to continue to involve, because this application is going to have an area for each one of them to look into and to make recommendations when it's an event for a school, when they want to do a march, or they want to have, they want to use our facilities for an event. So everybody's gonna, everyone's gonna have an opportunity to have their comments there, and to determine, whether that application or the event is safe and obviously does not create any liabilities for the event, coordinator, and especially for us as a city. The subcommittee, like I said, is going to review the completeness of the application that's received, and then it will be presented. It'll still come to you for approval, final approval. And again, the process will provide streamline for local entities to request contributions that will provide health and human services, and it would allow the city to have some control over the budget for this program and provides different entities to participate. And it's not gonna be, because that's one of the things that I noticed, that it seemed like it was always the same entities making the request and being awarded the fund. And that's one of the things that I noticed with the City of Avondale and Tolleson. It's open to everybody that brings in the application. It meets the requirements, and it has a formula there, or it has a criteria that if you've been awarded already in the past, we give an opportunity to someone new to come in and be awarded, or have the funding. So, and this is again just the criteria. This is a rough draft prepare of what I'm recommending, or will be recommending. It still has some work to be done with it, but I'm hoping that you would consider this and help us be better at what we do. And provide better service to our community when they have those needs or those requests. And I'm done.
Very good presentation, Holly. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. No questions? No questions? I'm
No.
good? No?
We don't have any money, so you wasted our time. This year is gonna be zero, nada.
No, but if I may add a comment to her presentation, Mayor.
Sure.
As the community grows, change is needed, and this is one of the changes that I think makes sense.
Mhm.
Because I understand that we have all these organizations that require or requested our assistance in the past, but we've grown to the point where we can maintain that cost for them. But on the other hand, you know, when you started the change a year ago, we even heard from the employees that they were kind of not happy with that change, because for them it was extra income as well, because they had overtime and working on Saturdays. But I think with the subcommittees and you guys working and doing this the right way with all the departments leads us to that quality of life that we don't want to lose for our residents as we grow, because as we grow, we still need to have activities and participation from the youth, the schools, because we're proud of our kids. I mean, they want to display their talent and everything, and this is one of the methods, and in our city it's been very popular. But I agree with you in how you're trying to do this and where you're trying to lead us, so I applaud you for that. At first, like I said, a year ago, I was like, wait a minute, but as I've seen it go through, I understand it, and yes, we're out of money, and you know, we have to make sure that we invest it for our community in the right department. So I applaud you, and I just wanted to give you that comment.
Thank you. Thank you. And yes, the overtime, it goes back to, you know, I think that once we get into the salaries where we need to be, I think that maybe some of those employees would, you know, be happy to have the time to be home and not having to work their regular 8 hours plus the additional hours, you know, that they normally, you know, have to work with that. And the chief can, you know, vouch for his department, how sometimes he has to pull his staff that's out on either their days off or on vacation when we've been asked to cover those events, the same as Public Works, Fire Department, you know, we've, Parks, I think gets most of the hit and PD and Public Works most of the time, from what I've seen in this year, you know, dealing with this on a day-to-day basis. So thank you. I appreciate the comment.
Yes. No, yeah, I was just gonna say that it's a great idea, just like I don't like selective enforcement or selective listening or selective, you know, awards as it used to be. I think that having a process eliminates all of the iffy, whatever.
Right, I think it's just fair that everybody is given an opportunity, you know, to apply. That is not, you know, it's not just, it's not the same entity every time. We definitely, you know, want to continue to support our community, because like Councilmember Rosales says, you know, those are important to our community, they're important to our kids. So that review committee will definitely, you know, that'll be, you know, one of the review criteria that we will definitely take note on.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia.
Mayor, and with that, our budget retreat presentations are completed.
Thank you, every single one of you. When you go home, talk to your friends, your compadres, your wives. Tell them how depressing this has been, but it can get better, okay? Thank you very much, and we'll see you Monday. And I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So
I'm
moved.
sorry.
But I think they want to take a group picture before everybody leaves.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, before we leave, but let's get a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor signifying by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nadie se quiere quedar.
Antonio, I recommend you put
Thank
a
you.
nicer background back there.